Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. Comcast Sportsnet brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight it's the finale of the homestand. The Astros are meeting the Cincinnati Reds. Good evening, everybody. Bill Brown and Alan Ashby. The Reds are going for a sweep of this series. They're only 2.5 out of first in the NL Central, and they have beaten the Astros 6-1 and 10-0 in these first two games, Ashby.
And they've made it look easy, Brownie. They've played very well. The Astros have not played their best baseball, and when all said and done, an easy 2 wins for Cincinnati.
Tonight, Brad Peacock will try to set a different tone. He will try to stop this Reds offense, which has been flying pretty high this year in the National League. And Peacock, in 7 starts, has gone 4-2 with a 3.38 ERA, with just a 201 batting average against him, striking out 42, walking only 16. This month has been a very good one for Brad Peacock, and he wants to continue that on through to the end, Ash.
Yeah, and in the 2 starts here in the month for Brad, 13 innings of work, allowing just 3 runs, couple of walks, 13 strikeouts in that span, and throwing strikes, doing it very impressively. Brad Peacock has looked like a guy that you can really count on as you look toward next year's rotation.
His mound opponent tonight is Greg Reynolds, the big right-hander from Stanford. Julia Morales has more on him.
Thanks, guys. I do want to start with Greg Reynolds being extremely excited for the chance to see Astros president Reed Ryan while he's in town. The two got to know each other with the Round Rock Express. Reynolds pitching there just as recent as last year. He was in the minors then, but now back in the big leagues with the Cincinnati Reds. His journey back, anything but ordinary. He was a solid arm out of Stanford, the 2nd overall pick in the 2006 draft by the Rockies. Also in that draft, Clayton Kershaw, Tim Lincecum, Max Scherzer, an interesting draft. The story for Reynolds a little different, never quite performed the way the Rockies thought he would. Reynolds is very honest and said that as a first rounder, it was kind of all handed to him. Call-up might have been happening before he was ready there. Now he finds himself fighting for a spot on a big league roster, and he's pitching in very meaningful games. He told me it's been a while since he's had to do that, but he is enjoying it. We'll see what he does tonight. Astros hope to shut him down, though. And coming up, we'll go back up to the booth. Bill Brown, Alan Ashby talking about some rookie pitching. Don't go anywhere. Astros baseball is coming up next.
Sun is shining outside Minute Maid Park, and as always on this very warm day, the roof is closed this time of year. The Astros take the field with a record of 51-100, trying to snap a 4-game losing streak tonight. The Reds, on the other hand, are 20 games over 500 to tie their high for the year. It's the second time they've been 20 games over. They're 86-66. So with the Astros aligned defensively, we'll check the lineup for Dusty Baker's club, which has won 16 of its last 18 series from the Astros. The leadoff man is left fielder tonight, Shin-Soo Choo. He's been moved from center field to give his legs a bit of a breather. Brandon Phillips is at second base, with Joey Votto playing first. The cleanup man and right fielder is Beaumont, Texas native Jay Bruce, who had a big night last night. Ryan Ludwig is the DH with Todd Frazier at third base. Zach Cozart plays shortstop. The catcher is Devin Mesoraco, and it's his first major league start in center field, Billy Hamilton.
On the mound for the Astros tonight, 25-year-old right-hander Brad Peacock on the year. 5-5, 5.27 that ERA. Recently pitching much better, though. You can see less hits than innings pitched. Good figure. Opponent's batting average overall at .237. And the right-handers struggling at .189. 14 dingers allowed in 71 innings. That's a number he'd probably like to lop in half. Defensively for the Astros tonight. Around the plate, it'll be Carlos Corporon, the veteran, around the infield right to left. Brett Wallace, Jose Altuve, Jonathan Villar, and Matt Dominguez. In the outfield, it's Brandon Barnes at center, flanked by Trevor Crowe in right, and Chris Carter gets the nod in left tonight.
Inside Minute Maid Park, where the Astros have won 24 and lost 53. It's a farewell game for this homestand. On to Cleveland for 4 and Texas for 3 before returning home. 3 more home games with the Yankees the final weekend. Peacock ready to face Choo, who has been an outstanding leadoff man. With 21 homers, he's driven in 51 runs. And those 21 homers as a leadoff hitter are the most in the majors. That fits together very well with a .423 on base average and 103 runs scored. He looks at ball 1. And a terrific year for Choo, who is headed for free agency as of now. Peacock runs that one away. He's facing the Reds for the first time in his career. It's a 2-ball, no strike count to Choo. Choo has walked 105 times. that is ball 3. Home plate umpire is Big Tim McClellan. You saw that Chu leads all major league leadoff hitters and homers. He also leads them in walks and in on base average. That's a peacock strike, and it's 3-1 for Brad. Brad has walked 33 and 71 in 2/3 innings. Last time out at Seattle, gave up 1 run in 6 innings, winning it 6-1. That's a leadoff walk for Chu.
The ball right around the belt buckle, and obviously called high by Tim McClellan. That's a tight strike zone, working downward below the belt buckle and to the knees. See where this ball crosses. Maybe a little above that belt area. From the side, sometimes you get a different peek at it, but you can see it's not going to be a high strike zone, not early on.
That's the 5th walk of the series for Chu. He has 18 stolen bases. Brandon Phillips with 18 homers, 101 runs batted in, has a .264 average. Phillips 3 for 9 in this series. Phillips hits one in the air to left center field, sending Brandon Barnes over to his right. That's out number 1 for Peacock. And now he'll move on to face Joey Votto. Votto has a 23-game hitting streak here at Minute Maid Park. And that's the longest anybody has had in the history of this ballpark. He's a .428 lifetime hitter here. .309 this season. 23 homers, 70 runs batted in for Votto. Votto's 3 for 7 with a couple of walks in this series. Fouls it back. He's been hitting the ball often to left and left center field this year, and we've seen that in this series. Had 2 singles to left field Monday night, and then last night he had another single to left. 6 playoff appearances for Dusty.
With those 3 hits to left field in this series, Brownie, the Astros defensively in the infield have completely changed their setup. They were in a full shift early on in the series and now have gone back a lot closer to straight up.
Votto fouls it in. It's no balls, 2 strikes to Joey. Canadian-born first sacker who is an all-star for the 4th straight year. 4-game hitting streak for Votto. And he's gone 7 for 14. In the middle stages of the game in Pittsburgh, it's San Diego 1, Pittsburgh 0. Tyson Ross is pitching a beauty for the Padres. Through the first 4, he's allowed just 1 hit against Charlie Morton in that game. A game of a lot of bearing to Reds fans. Reds are 2.5 behind St. Louis and 1.5 behind Pittsburgh right now. And they're going to Pittsburgh next for the weekend. They'll play the Pirates 6 more times. 1 ball, 2 strikes. There you have it in the NL wild card. And Washington's 4.5 back after sweeping a doubleheader from Atlanta yesterday. The Nationals have been coming on the last 3 weeks.
No Steven Strasburg, not here recently.
Votto takes that pitch, and it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count with Jay Bruce on deck. The Reds are 2nd in the National League in runs scored with 662. They lead the league in walks. We've seen a lot of patience on the part of their hitters in this series. They walked 6 times Monday night. They had 3 walks last night, but they banged out 12 hits and scored 10 runs in last night's game. The St. Louis Cardinals, the first place club in the NL Central, will have a later start at Colorado. Peacock has had 2 excellent starts back to back, winning 3-2 in Oakland and 6-1 in Seattle. That's foul back. Joey Votto just turned 30 8 days ago. He hit .337 last year. Votto Votto's only the third man in Reds history to have more than 100 walks in a season, more than once. Joe Morgan did it 6 times. Adam Dunn 5 times. That's upstairs. Votto leans back from ball 3. It's a full count now. Dusty Baker with a decision on sending Chu now.
Here in this first inning, Brad Peacock having a tough time coming down into the strike zone.
Brad's from Palm Beach, Florida. He'll be getting married there, he said the other night, January 4th. Drafted by Washington in the 41st round in 06. Former catcher. He was a shortstop in high school, but drafted as a catcher. How about this for a 41st round draft choice? Switching positions, coming to the big leagues, and looking strong here.
A lot of times those catchers drafted in that position, it's a strong arm that leads to that draft, and maybe that strong arm translates to pitching.
Runner going on 3-2. It's ball 4, nowhere close. And 2 walks have set the table for Jay Bruce. Bruce has had a big time series. Last night he had a grand slam and an RBI single, driving in 5. Had 2 runs batted in with a pair of hits and a steal, and 2 runs scored Monday night. So he's entered elite territory with 30 homers, 100 runs batted in, and a .267 average for Bruce. It's his first 100 RBI year. Carlos Corcoran's going out. Jay comes back to this area, and born in Beaumont, not far from here, and he usually flourishes, especially in this ballpark. A reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. As well as Joey Votto has hit here with that career average well above 400. Jay Bruce also does a whole lot of damage. 4 for 8, 1 homer and 7 runs batted in this series. He has now hit 19 career homers against the Astros. He attacks this one, line drive into the right field corner. That'll score 1, and maybe Votto gets home on this. Bruce heads for second base, and there's a stop sign at third. He probably could have scored. The throw a little late coming into Altuve. It goes as an RBI double for Bruce. His 101st run batted in, 39 doubles for Bruce on a 1-0 Reds lead.
Well, not much surprise there at the plate. Peacock has walked a pair in the inning. He's been up consistently. What's the first pitch going to be when you walk to the plate? It's going to be a fastball, and he got the fastball up out over the plate. That is just prime time rake me.
And it's 1-0 with 2 men in scoring position. 39. 2 baggers, and first base is open. The intentional walk is being ordered to Ryan Ludwig. No, it's not. It looked like it was. Ludwig puts it in the air to center field. That backs up Barnes. Runner tagging at third. Here's the catch that'll make it out number 2, but also run number 2, scoring on the Ludwig sac fly. 2-0 Reds. 10th run batted in for Ludwig.
Well, we mentioned in the first couple of games the Reds have really made this series look easy, and they're starting off the same way here in the first inning against a guy who's been a hot pitcher.
Now Todd Frazier will bat. Frazier's heated up, hitting .315 his last 15 games. He's gone 2 for 7 with an RBI in this series. He swings at the slider, and there's strike 1.
Is that really a swing?
Boy, it didn't look like much of one, did it?
I think Funky Swing Award can be won with this one. This is kind of, okay, I started it, so I might as well finish.
If I have to.
If I must, yes.
Pretty feeble.
Get the children and pets away from this swing, even though it wouldn't hurt them.
No, it definitely would not. It's one of them. But that's the beauty of hitting, right? You got a couple more to have a swing like that.
You can take the ugliest swing known to man and come right back and rake one to a gap.
You have been talking about the Reds hitters, and Frazier's not out of the box here between pitches, but several of them have been taking a walk out of that box between pitches. good fastball there, 1-2. And I asked their hitting coach about that, Brooke Jacoby, tonight around the batting cage. He said, we don't do it with everybody, but with certain hitters, we feel it's better that they take a little extra time to think rather than have the at-bat go so quickly at the pitcher's pace and be back in the dugout and wonder what happened. Just to regroup. With some hitters, that's effective.
It's funny how that line of reasoning can go, because a lot of times when you're in a terrible funk, what you'll be told to do is stop thinking. Just use your reactions, what comes natural to you. But it goes both ways.
And Frazier is not one of those who's taking a lot of time. He's right there in the box the whole time.
Longtime hitting instructor and great player himself, Yogi Berra, here in Houston, used to just say, see the ball, hit the ball. Just react.
It's a close one. Ed, strike 3 call. Tim McClellan waits a little beat. We have to pause a little bit with him. The Reds come up with 2 runs on 1 hit. They leave a man and they're out in front 2-0. Lead, they send Greg Reynolds to the mound to face this Astros starting lineup. Shortstop Jonathan Villar, second baseman Jose Altuve, right fielder Trevor Crowe back in the lineup tonight with good September numbers. Mark Krause, the DH, is the cleanup man with Matt Dominguez at third base, Chris Carter in left field, Brett Wallace at first base, Carlos Guaper in the catcher, Brandon Barnes in center field.
Right-hander Greg Reynolds goes to the mound. Former number 2 pick. That was back in 2006. This year, 1-2, limited action, 5.66 the ERA. In just 20 innings of work, he's allowed 26 hits and 3 dingers. Though he's had his problems, the overall batting average against it, .310. One of those guys that is proving those early picks in drafts are not absolute sure thing locks.
No, sure not. Jonathan Villar steps up. He's walked in 3 games in a row in 6 of his last 8. Good on base average has gotten even better at .364. There's strike 1 to Jonathan Villar. Batting average .287, 1 homer, 8 runs batted in for Jonathan. Villar's 2 for 8 in this series. That's a good off-speed pitch with some downward action on it, Ash.
That change or splitter, whatever the grip might have been, would seem to be extremely effective. And if that pitch were thrown more with that kind of action, I can't imagine hitters getting to this guy.
Curveball comes in tight, and it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Greg Reynolds had quite a record at AAA Louisville this year. He was an all-star there in AAA, going 12-3 with a 2.42 ERA. His last outing was in relief September 10th. He's made 3 starts. Off-speed pitch is in for strike 3 call, and again with Tim McClellan, you have to bear with him. It takes him a little while to ring it up. That's strikeout for Reynolds for out number 1.
It's not even easy or possible to get a read on what McClellan is going to do once he straightens. It's just an umpire coming up, and then suddenly you see that call. That's a lot of movement on that pitch.
Yeah, he really showed some different looks with the off-speed stuff. Now Jose Altuve. Altuve on a 5-game hitting streak, has gone 9 for 19 in the last 5. He's had the best September of any hitter. He looks at ball 1. .429 batting average, leading all major league hitters in September. Up to .286 for the season. 5 homers, 52 runs batted in. 30 hits in September, the most in the majors. And shoots number 31 by the diving third baseman Frazier. And heads for second base. Picked out of the corner by Chu. Double number 30 for Altuve.
When this hitting streak here in September began for Altuve, he was being bothered by that left quad. And I don't know how with all these hits he's managed to come through it and get by that injury, but he's done so. He's running well now, and he sure better be. He is constantly on base.
Well, that ties his career high for hits in a season with 167. He did that last year. And with the 30 doubles now and 30 steals, he's in select company. Just the 5th Astro to have 30 doubles or more, 30 steals or more in back-to-back years. Enos Cabell, Jose Cruz, Cesar Cedeno, and Craig Biggio did that. Trevor Crowe, the batter. Crow bounces one foul, first base side. So sort of a different 30-30 club with the doubles and steals for Altuve. We talk about a 30-30 club with homers and steals. 246 for Crow, 1 homer. He's driven in 12. Had 2 hits and scored a run Monday night. He's at 309 in his last 17 games. Reynolds brings it in close, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Reynolds was born in Pacifica, California. Played baseball, football, and basketball. At Stanford, he was 13-10 with a 4.11 ERA. He was recruited as a quarterback by Division I schools. That's a bouncer to first base. Votto takes care of out number 2 with Altuve moving to third.
And what an intriguing draft that was that year, Brownie. 2006. The number 1 pick overall, Luke Hochevar, right-hand pitcher, picked up by the Kansas City Royals. And back of Reynolds, who was second, it was Evan Longoria. In that first round, there was Clayton Kershaw and other prominent names, but probably Longoria and Kershaw, the big guys, along with Tim Lincecum. Maybe Max Scherzer added to that list. He was 11th. That's quite a top 10-11 in that draft.
Sure is. Now Mark Krause has a runner at third and 2 outs. He has hits in 7 of his last 8 games. He gets a breaking pitch and takes it for ball 1. Krause at 202 with 4 homers, has driven in 13. 1 for 4 in last night's game. He hit a home run on Sunday against the Angels. This is his second stint in the majors. Altuve dancing off third a bit. And Krause looks at ball 2. Krause was known as a patient hitter in the minor leagues. As a major leaguer, 5 walks, 35 strikeouts for Mark. He's had 109 at-bats with the Astros. That makes it 2-1 for big Greg Reynolds, listed at 6'7". He came up with the Rockies in 08. Let's look at Altuve.
That might have been too tempting rather for VR to stay put at third. What is this? A golf tournament?
Yeah, it is. It's a golf tournament.
We'll have no photos taken here.
Tony Cingrani is on the disabled list, and or has a back injury at least. And that's why Reynolds gets a chance to come into this rotation. It's a 3-ball, 1-strike count. Reynolds got his first start at San Francisco in July. Then August 25th, he gave up 2 runs in 6 innings in a 3-1 loss against Milwaukee. And then at Colorado, 8 innings, 3 earned runs. Fly ball out to left center field. Chu is back a few steps under the choo-choo in left center field, and it's no runs a hit and a man left. 2-0 Reds. It off, and both said after the game that Jonathan VR went right over to him and said, "Skip, I know I made a mistake," and that's why he stayed in the game, because he acknowledged it.
Well, that comment, though, that we read doesn't seem to acknowledge that a mistake was made. That was aggressive play, and that's the way I play the game.
1-2. 255 for Cozart, 11 homers, 62 runs batted in for Zach. He's had quite a series. He drove in 3 more last night after a 4 RBI game Monday night, including a 2-run homer and a 2-run single. These Reds players have really fattened their offensive numbers here in their only visit to Minute Maid Park. And the way the schedule is, as there is strike 3, they probably won't be back for a few years. That's strikeout number 2 for Peacock.
Just a good fastball pumped right there at the bottom of the knees. Starting to come down in the zone, and that would help enormously for Brad.
Devin Mesoraco's the batter. Hits the fastball foul for strike one. 243 is Mesoraco's average, including 9 homers. He's driven in 39 runs. Mesoraco's 25 years old. He's from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. One and one. He was 0 for 4 in last night's game. Ryan Hannigan started Monday night.
Punxsutawney, I believe, is where John Misrock, former #1 pick and catcher for the Astros, hailed from.
That's right. Was he a good weather forecaster?
He should have been. He talked about long and short springs all the time.
Still 1-2 for Brad Peacock. Brad was at AAA Sacramento all last year, going 12-9 with a 6.01 ERA, and then was traded to the Astros along with Chris Carter and Max Stassi for Jed Lowry and Fernando Rodriguez back in February of this year. That's in the dirt for ball 2, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Astros moving on to Cleveland for about a 4:30 a.m. arrival if things go well.
That's going well, huh?
It's not going that well, is it?
I guess that depends on perspective, huh?
Yeah. The tap goes foul. And tomorrow night in the opener of that series, it's Dallas Keuchel and Ubaldo Jimenez. Airtime for Astros pregame live 5:30. Friday night it's Brett Oberholzer and Zach McAllister. Saturday night Paul Clemens opposes lefty Scott Kazmir from Houston. Sunday afternoon it's Eric Bedard and Corey Kluber. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and then on to Arlington, Texas for 3 before returning home for the final 3 with the Yankees.
That just doesn't appear that Brad Peacock has a good feel of the baseball tonight. 2 pitches in this sequence to Mesoraco just jammed into the ground.
He's been high with some, and then he spiked a few in front of the plate. Trickled out to short. VR with the throw over to Wallace. 2 outs. He showed some range on that one. Came a long way to get the slowly hit grounder.
It's the beginnings of what you'd like to see all the time with VR. Sure-handedness. And coming to his left, that in-between hop could have provided difficulties, but he made it look nice.
Now Billy Hamilton getting his first major league start. He is 0 for 3. And there's a delay. Tim McClellan looking over toward the Reds bench. Let's see what the objection is here. Hamilton has been quite a base stealer in the minor leagues. He's stolen over 100 2 years in a row, and this year was up around 75. There is ball 1, and then he stole a base in each of his first 4 major league games. And there's his first major league hit into the left field corner. Hamilton into second base with a double.
If being light on your feet aids in running fast, you would think that Hamilton would be a world beater in this regard. He is just a wisp. Stings the baseball, though.
Well, the switch hitting outfielder is aboard with his first major league hit, and it's a 2-base hit.
This guy proves that he can swing the bat for the Reds. They've got something for the future. They have that type of player that really hasn't been around the game a whole lot in some time.
Strike 1 to Chu. Chu walked and scored in the first inning on the double by Jay Bruce. Now, Hamilton is not starting this game because Dusty Baker wants to look at him for next year. Dusty wants to win this game now. He wanted to rest Chu's legs in center field and move him to left. That's into right field. Hamilton streaks around third, comes to the plate, and makes it 3-0 on the RBI single by Chu.
Nice hitting by Chu. speed displayed from second base to home by Billy Hamilton. He can fly. There's no doubt about that. This guy's been good for the Reds, and they'll lose a lot if they can't retain him, but that kind of speed is not taught.
He is an absolute blur on the bases. Hamilton scoring his 5th run already, despite the fact that he just got his first hit. Brandon Phillips hit a fly ball to center earlier. Phillips has been the cleanup man quite a bit of the time this year. Runner takes off, and there's a foul ball, strike 1. So Chu got into the spirit of running the bases. He has 18 steals in 29 attempts.
Early leads free up that running game for teams, and the Reds here in this series are finding the early leads. It's kind of have fun baseball for the Reds.
Well, last night they led 4-0 after 1/2. Tonight 2-0 after 1/2. Monday night 2-0 after 1.5. That's a ball, and it's 1-1. The Reds have outscored their opponents 665 to 549, so by more than 100 runs, 116 runs. The Astros have been outscored by their opponents. They've scored 591. Their opponents have scored 796, so 205 runs more scored by their opponents. It's 2-1. Rangers lead the Rays at Tampa Bay. It's 2-0 in the bottom of the 5th inning, and Derek Holland has the shutout going for Texas. He pitched poorly in his last start, and the Rangers have been playing poorly, but last night they snapped a 7-game losing streak. The Reds are 11 for 22 with runners in scoring position in this series. The Astros are 0 for 9.
Those numbers you give on the Astros, Brownie, in terms of runs scored, runs allowed, if you turn to that Pythagorean theorem, and who doesn't, you are 56 and 95 on the season, so 5 more wins than the club currently has.
Well, they're 18 and 30 in 1-run games, so that could be the culprit for those extra few losses. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Phillips. Wonder if Pythagoras had any idea what he was doing when he came up with that.
He was a big baseball fan,
was
I
he?
understand. Yeah. Let's see, what century was that?
Probably about the 14th.
I think those were the humble beginnings of the game.
It's been a while. So he, in effect, invented a very important baseball formula centuries before baseball itself was invented. Sort of. Runner going, and here's a throw from Corp to Altuve. It was strike 3 call, and so the inning had ended before that play at second base. And it's 1 run, 2 hits, and in the middle of the 2nd inning, the Reds lead at 3-0. Ball before facing Dominguez, Carter, and Wallace here in the bottom of the 2nd inning for Houston. The Astros got a 1-out double from Altuve in the 1st. Matt Dominguez at 241 has 20 homers. He's driven in 75. Strike 1 for big Greg Reynolds.
I would assume this arm of Greg Reynolds back when he was a number 2 draft pick was much more capable of velocity with the fastball. Right now, kind of 88-ish with that heater, and that's well below average now on the major league scale.
Last year he pitched at AAA Round Rock all season, going 11-9 with a 5.30 ERA.
Gets it up to 90. These are not the velocities that lead scouts to say this guy needs to go high in the 1st round.
It's 2-2. Dominguez had a 5-game hitting streak recently. 0 for 6 with an RBI in this series for Matt. He's 5th among American League third basemen in runs batted in and 6th in homers. It's a line shot left field. Chu over to pick it up, Dominguez heading for second base. 2 doubles into the corner for Astros hitters. That's number 25 for Matt. A good result with 2 strikes in the count for Domingo.
Another one of those classic outstanding swings from Matt. Even with 2 strikes, he's not in a defensive mode at all. He's just taking good cuts, barreling the ball up consistently. It's gotten better and better as the year's gone on. I don't think there's a doubt at all in the minds of people who watch now as Matt Dominguez plays like a guy who's going to be a star.
Chris Carter leads the Astros in homers and runs batted in with 27 and 77 respectively. There's ball 1. 218 is Carter's average. Chris is 1 for 6 in this series. Well, Astros fans who have followed this club for a while might think back to a certain opening day in Cincinnati, Ohio, when Jeff Bagwell was breaking in his first game as a major leaguer. That's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. And he hit a ball hard up the middle off Rob Dibble for the final out in that game. And Art Howe was the skipper. He said, that's when I knew we really had a good hitter in Bagwell.
And a guy can show something in outs as well as with hits.
Ground ball behind third. Frazier checks the runner at second, throws to first, and he gets it. Good play by Frazier.
And that very point is what's been leading me to feel more and more positive about Matt Dominguez over the last couple of months. He has consistently gotten the good swings. This is not an easy play at all right here by Frazier as he holds the runner and gets the out.
Very well done. Red Wallace, 227, 13 homers, 34 runs batted in. He is 2 for 6 in this series. Left-handed hitters have been hitting .333 against Greg Reynolds. He's pitched only 22 innings for this Reds team this year. That's strike 1 to Wallace. Just talking with some of the Reds personnel before this game about the huge difference between winning the division, and they're 2.5 behind St. Louis, and being a wild card team. Boy, what a huge difference that would be. A 1-game wild card playoff with the other wild card entry, or a best of 7 series. Grounder goes foul. 0-2, and Brooke Jacoby, their hitting coach, pointed out, you know, you really can't manipulate your rotation the way you would have been able to do that if you had clinched with, let's say, a week to go and lined up your starting pitching. If you're going down to the final day, you may have to win that final Sunday before you find out you're a wild card team. So you're pitching your best guys right up there before the longer playoff series starts, and that might mean you're in the back of your rotation to start that playoff series. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
1980 for the Astros required 163 games as there was 1 extra game played in LA. The Astros won it with their ace, really at the time, Joe Niekro on the hill. And that really changed things as the club headed into the postseason with the Philadelphia Phillies.
You bet it did.
Red Wallace might have gotten away with one right there. That pitch ran back over the plate.
Ball 2, and it's 2-2 now. The Astros have scored 4 runs in their last 4 games during their 4-game losing streak, with a total of 28 hits in those 4. They're due for a breakout inning. That's out to center field. Hamilton backing. Gets back early. Here's the tag now, and he'll throw and prevent the advance of Dominguez to third base. That's out number 2. This moment in history is brought to you by the MD Anderson Cancer Center. And let's flash back to that season you talked about, 1980.
Joe Morgan had come over to the ball club, and on that day he victimizes ex-teammates with a tie-breaking 2-run homer. Jose Cruz, what's new, adds a 2-run shot of his own. The Astros put a 10-2 hurt on the Cincinnati Reds, who a year previous to that Tom Seaver was a part of the Reds, and the Astros had a midseason 10.5-game lead. Seaver says they would fall like a lead balloon, and he proved to be right as the Reds overtook Houston.
There's a new statue of Joe Morgan just unveiled outside Cincinnati's Great American Ballpark. Carlos Corcoran will try for a big 2-out hit now. He looks at ball one. Carlos, a .232 hitter with 7 homers, has 18 runs batted in. Yeah, those were some good years of top-notch competition between the Reds and Astros. 79 and 80. Corcoran 1 for 4 Monday night and 0 for 2 in last night's game in this series. That one crowds him. It's 2 balls, no strikes.
We saw former Astros part owner Don Sanders throw out a first pitch here this evening. Don Sanders used to hook up with Joe Morgan back in 1980 with some pretty good tennis matches.
You know, Don was a tennis player.
Yeah, he was. Not sure that he's still able to play.
He's been a golfer.
Yep.
It's a shot on the ground. Votto takes care of out number 3. It's no runs. Leadoff double wasted by the Astros, and it's 3-0 Reds after 2.
The 29th, Mariano Rivera and the New York Yankees come to Minute Maid Park for the Astros' final series of the 2013 season. Be a part of history as Rivera closes out his Hall of Fame career with a special pregame ceremony on Sunday the 29th. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com for tickets. Also, while I have your attention, we want to remind you to tune into Chevy Hometown Kids every Saturday morning. That's at 9:30 a.m. on CSN Chevy Hometown Kids, where it's not about the score, but the experience, guys.
Thanks, Julia. Kids watching as Joey Votto comes up in the 3rd inning. The Reds lead at 3-0. Votto scored one of their 2 runs in the first after drawing a walk. Peacock's curveball a little bit high, apparently. Ball 1.
Well, that is a short strike zone for Tim McClellan.
One ball and 1 strike. The Yankees are trailing at Toronto 3-0. They were shut out last night 2-0. They're in the top of the 7th. So they may not be in contention by the time they get here. 2 balls and a strike. We expect good crowds for all those 3 weekend games to wrap up the season. The Yankees currently 3.5 games back in the wild card race behind Tampa Bay and Texas. Altuve on over to first. Votto retired out number 1. And it will be Jay Bruce coming up next. Bruce with the RBI double in the first. We hear people calling out Bruce when he comes back and does something good, and they've been doing that frequently in this series. That's in tight to Jay. Jay's the son of a retired plumber and a special education aide. And really has lifted himself up through baseball. Very nice career. 1 ball and 1 strike. And helped some other people in his family along the way.
5th hit here in the series for Bruce. That double in the 1st inning.
Infield has shifted around since this at bat began. It's 2 balls and a strike for Peacock, and BR has moved to the first base side of second. It's a shot toward the right field corner. Bruce hustles out of the box, heads for second base again. It's his 2nd double to right of this game. 40th double of the year now for Bruce. It's a big number and a milestone type figure for a power hitter.
He and his Reds teammates having no problem seeing the baseball here at Minute Maid Park. This fastball, Peacock tries to come in, but doesn't get the hands at all. Gets that barrel that's quickly through the zone.
Now, if he gets to 45 doubles, he joins Frank Robinson as the only Reds player to have 45 doubles, 30 homers, and 100 runs batted in. 2 doubles tonight, and it's Ludwig batting. He had the sac fly earlier. That's strike one for Peacock. It's Jay Happ who is shutting out the Yankees tonight in Toronto. In the 7th inning right now. Phil Hughes started for New York. He lasted 3 1/3. He's kind of sharing games with David Huff. Huff is in there now. That's the way it's been going for Joe Girardi. One will start and the other will come in after he comes out. No balls, or 1 ball, 1 strike rather. No, we have 0-2. Yeah. Okay. 0-2 is the count. Yeah, it's desperation time for teams in the Yankees situation. 3.5 back in the wild card race. Pull the starting pitcher sometimes earlier than would happen in July or August. Ground ball goes foul. And Dusty Baker has even talked about that, even though his team has tomorrow off, and also a week from tomorrow is an off day for Dusty. But there is urgency to this situation, being behind in the race, even though they're in a wild card spot right now. They're currently occupying the 2nd wild card spot, 4.5 in front of Washington. But they want that division title.
It's always the same story. You take nothing for granted. Tonight's game is always the most important game you'll play all season long. And if you've got a chance to wrap up a W, you do everything you can to get that thing and bring it home.
By the way, Bo Porter revealed during his media session that he and Dusty had lunch today. They're very good friends. He would not reveal the content of their conversation. As if we have a right to know. Right?
I think we do.
Swing and a miss by Ludwig, and he's down on strikes. That's number 4 for Peacock.
In this day and age of videos running everywhere, I'm sure somebody's got the video evidence to prove exactly what went on. All the hijinks going on between the two skips.
Eavesdropping a microphone at the table kind of thing. Todd Frazier struck out looking in the 1st inning. Altuve moves up the middle and way off the first base line. Wallace is halfway to 2nd. The strike 1 to Frazier. He's going to have to sprint really hard on a ground ball to get over there and cover first. It's about as far as you're going to see a first baseman play off the bag. Unless it's the late Eddie Feigner pitching.
He didn't need any defense.
No.
Unless Matt Galani was at the plate.
Well, who was it? Satchel Paige called in all of his fielders one time, just struck out everybody. That's fun.
Oh, I love the old stories. Of course, was he not faster than the light bulb?
Yeah, Cool Papa Bell. They said he could turn out the light and be in bed before it got dark.
It was Cool Papa Bell, that's right.
But there was an interesting story written about that. Actually, there may have been a shred of truth to that statement.
Well, I expected nothing other.
Popped up, and Altuve is waiting for it. And it's no runs, a hit, and a man left. It is 3-0 Reds. And we'll be talking with Jason Castro about Greg Reynolds, another Stanford guy, in just a moment. Kind enough to join us during this game. Unfortunately, ending the season on the disabled list. How's the knee feeling, Jason? Better?
Yeah, it's feeling a lot better. It's definitely making progress, and you know, I'm happy with kind of the way that's gone. And you know, obviously, landing on the DL here at the end isn't you know what we planned, but it's coming along really nicely.
Jason, it's Ash. One of the things that I would think would be really tough for you was when you went down. Would probably be that the high point of your career in terms of how you were stinging the baseball.
Yeah, I definitely had a kind of developed an approach that was working, and you know, I was sticking with my drills and everything that you know, had got me to that point. So I was feeling comfortable and you know, doing the things I needed to do.
Here's Barnes hitting one deep to right field, and that will get out for Brandon Barnes. An opposite field home run. And Brandon Barnes hits a bolt for number 8 of the season to get the Astros on the board. It is 3-1. You had to like that swing, Jason, if you were able to watch it.
Yeah, he's done a great job of that. He's been able to go the other way with some power this year, so it's been good to see.
And that'll get this crowd going. It's been quiet. Getting a little noisier now with the 41st run batted in for Brandon.
Brandon Barnes, you get that peek at it. When he gets a pitch out over the plate, he's got plenty of strength to go the other way. Now, I'm kind of curious with Jason. We've done a lot of talking about the young pitching staff and how the starting rotation has made great strides. You're closest to what goes on in terms of getting a chance to work with them daily. What have you seen in that regard?
They've done a great job. You know, Cozart, Peacock, Oberholzer, some of the younger guys that have come up during the season this year have really done a nice job. Peacock's done, you know, made some nice adjustments after coming back from AAA, and it's promising to see. Obviously, those guys are going to be a big part of this future, and to see them make strides has been nice.
Let's take you back to your Stanford days. You and Greg Reynolds, both Stanford guys, both first-round picks. Greg was drafted in 06 in the first round by Colorado, and I don't know if you can see that photo, but does that bring back memories to you, if you can see it? You probably can't see it.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, that was my freshman year. Greg was a junior that year, and you know, he was huge for us. He you know, pitched in some big games, and you know, it's good to see him back out here on the field.
Yeah, we were checking the velocity on him as Jose Altuve bats. He loops one, and Phillips is there to grab it. Do you think he's lost a few miles per hour? Maybe had some arm problems along the way, Jason?
Yeah, I know he's dealt with a few little things over the past few years, but you know, it looks like he's kind of almost reinvented himself, you know, with a sinker and a cutter and working on, you know, some different angles. You know, when he was in college and I played with him at Stanford, he was, you know, mostly just a four-seam power fastball guy. And it looks like, you know, with the year that he had this year at AAA, he's definitely done a good job kind of reinventing himself and finding a way to get guys out.
Jason, with a couple of outs, what do these games with contending teams mean to the club?
It's huge. You know, Dave Tremblay actually touched on it earlier in you know, one of our meetings that we had, and you know, he kind of made it a point for us to really bear down and treat these games like playoff games, because, you know, in the not too distant future, I think, you know, we'll look back on these experiences and be able to I think kind of transition nicely into, you know, hopefully some postseason runs, and you know, using these experiences against some of these teams at the end will you know, kind of help us in those situations.
Good way to view it. 2-0 the count to Trevor Crowe. Now you'll have another Stanford guy, Mark Appel, coming along in the pipeline. I know you're very excited about that pipeline.
Yeah, he's a special talent, and you know, we can't wait to get him up here as soon as possible, and I know he'll be able to do some great things for us in the future.
Crowe with a fly ball. Hamilton backing on it. Thanks so much, Jason, for joining us.
All right, thanks for having me.
And the Barnes home run gets the Astros on the board. That makes it 3-1 Cincinnati after 3. It's Cozart batting against Peacock. Cozart struck out looking earlier, and he looks at ball one here. The Reds have 4 hits, no errors. The Astros 3 hits, no errors. Cincinnati is stranded 3. Houston has left 2. Little roller brings Peacock over toward the line. Over to Wallace, 1 out. Julia.
Thank you, Brownie. We want to remind everyone that Hispanic Heritage Festival is coming up for the Astros. That will be Saturday, September 28th. It's against the Yankees that day. The Astros playing the Yankees at 6:10. But the street festival is from 2 to 6. There's going to be dancing, salsa music, some great food. For more information, call 1-877-9-ASTROS or go to astros.com. Back to you.
So maybe Jake Elmore will be out there if he's dancing. There's a line shot to third, caught by Dominguez, hit by Mesoraco, 2 outs.
You know how Julia says the word dancing?
Yeah.
You can just tell that she can really dance.
She's
it
a
means
dancer.
something to her.
Yeah.
That it's my passion, the way I say it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it your passion?
Growing up, it was.
Yeah. Your family's a dance family.
Oh, yeah. I like to go and salsa dance every once in a while.
Okay.
It's nice. Mexican restaurants sometimes have salsa dancing later on.
Yeah.
That's a good time.
I prefer the salsa myself.
Strike two, Billy Hamilton. Hamilton got his first major league hit, and that was a double to left field in the second inning. He came around to score on the Chu single. And he lines another one. He is 2 for 2 in this game. Good opposite field results tonight for Billy Hamilton.
I suggest this might be running time for Mr. Hamilton.
He is 5 for 5 in steals.
Well, he's got a nice carve it to left field stroke. Of course, we haven't seen a whole lot, but a couple on the night, beautifully done.
75 steals this year. He led all AAA players. He played at Louisville. 83% of the time he tried it, he succeeded. 22 years old, from Collins, Mississippi. Second round pick by the Reds in June of '09, and finally in the major leagues after some big time minor league years. Chu takes it, and there's ball one. And there's a good story about Billy Hamilton today in Sports Weekly about the fact that he was able to stay away from several spankings by his mother because she couldn't catch him.
That will aid the running game.
She thought he would be a track star, but he always gravitated toward baseball.
Based on what we see here tonight, I can understand why. He's got that hitting game put together nicely. And obviously, he's made a name for himself with his running game in the minor leagues.
He became the only player in modern major league history to steal a base in each of his first 4 games. Bunted and foul. 1 ball, 1 strike.
What's the motivation for game number 5?
Don't know. But he's been a specialty guy coming off the bench, so everybody is looking for him to steal, and he's been able to do it anyway. He was an International League All-Star. It's going to be interesting to see where he is a year from now. He's going to be an everyday player for the Reds. That's a possibility. Chu could be leaving through free agency, so that would open up a spot in the outfield. And he might have that opportunity next spring to claim a job. He takes off. Here's a throw from Corcoran, and he makes it.
Based on what I saw right there, with Peacock being quick to the plate, Corcoran getting rid of the ball nicely and putting one on the money. And it wasn't even close to get Billy Hamilton. Look at him go. I mean, he is picking up some ground. He is going to be really tough to throw out. Watch out, Jacoby Ellsbury. Mike Trout.
Well, he stole 155 bases in 2012 in the minors, 103 in 2011, and 75 this year. Now it's 2 balls and a strike. Remember Herb Washington, Ash?
Of course. Track star.
Christy Rican works for the Associated Press, and she was asking Billy Hamilton if he had heard of Herb Washington, and he had not. Pickoff play at second. He gets back. No throw from Peacock. But Herb Washington wasn't a baseball player like Billy Hamilton has been. He was a track star who then was signed by Charlie Finley of the Oakland A's to become a pinch runner. He didn't really know the game like Hamilton. And Hamilton said, well, he would check out Herb Washington. He wanted to find out more about him.
Can't be far from having Usain Bolt play for one of these clubs.
Full count now to Chu with Phillips on deck. But think about Hamilton. Maybe we don't know if he would be playoff roster type guy material this year or not, but he could come in the 9th inning and steal a base and help that club win.
I like what his bat has done as well tonight.
Well, that's true too. So the fact that he can hit a little bit would certainly put him in even better stead to be on the postseason roster.
Chu must have just gotten a piece of this one.
A little piece. Park after Thanksgiving dinner. And she said, I want just a little tiny.
Well, you never mean it when you say that.
No. So then what do you wind up doing? You have 5 little tiny pieces of different pies, right?
And put a whole bunch of whipped cream on it, please. By the way, I didn't get enough gravy on everything else, so yeah. Yeah, that's always a fun meal.
70 pitches for Peacock so far. The Reds have made him work. Another foul ball will continue to make him labor on Chu, who's been on both times tonight. Yeah, you look at what he's done as the leadoff man, 423 on base average. That just sets a tone to that opposing pitcher that it is not going to be easy. And that leadoff man is on so often.
Just another one of those guys that seems to foul off pitches in the strike zone and force you to keep making pitches, eventually making mistakes on it.
He has looked at strike 3. We had to wait for Big Tim McClellan to ring up number 5 of the night for Peacock. That strands a runner at second base, and it keeps the score 3-1 Cincinnati. Let's go places. And let's go inside Minute Maid Park, where it's a 3-1 ball game. The Reds got 2 in the first. A double by Bruce and a sac fly by Ludwig. Another run in the second inning on a 2-out single by Chu. The Astros with an opposite field homer from Brandon Barnes in the third, getting on the board against Greg Reynolds. And now they bat in the fourth with Kraus, Dominguez, and Carter against the big right-hander. Rays have tied the Rangers. It's 2-2 at Tampa Bay. They're in the top of the 8th inning now. Sean Rodriguez hit his 5th home run. Chris Archer, the starter for Tampa Bay. That one floats outside. Ball 1 to Kraus. Kraus worked the count to 3-1. Hit a fly ball to left field in the first inning. Archer went 6 innings tonight for Tampa Bay, as did Derek Holland for Texas, and both gave up 2 earned runs. And Nolan Ryan was on radio in the Arlington area or Metroplex the other day and called it a free fall by the Rangers. They had lost 7 in a row before winning last night.
I don't think that's a bad move. I think maybe challenging your players to step up and play much better might be the right way to go, rather than coddling the situation.
Ron Washington said that he was worried about his job.
That's unusual, especially when you consider that Ron just the other day was saying no, he wasn't thinking about that sort of thing.
That's a foul ball. That makes the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I think reality says you have to be thinking about it.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard a manager admit to being worried about his job, but they have to be. It's just not something they want to say publicly, right?
That would be my impression. Go into the clubhouse meetings and find out how concerned that skip might be.
That's foul back by Kraus. Change up at 82. It was in a bad location, but the speed allowed him to get a foul ball rather than one that was really whacked hard somewhere.
Or is it an Astros club right now that just isn't swinging the bats very well?
That could be it too.
You go through those cycles.
Or you're missing pitches down the middle.
Yep.
In tight. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Kraus. In the good cycles, find you hitting tough pitches on the corner. Hard somewhere, right?
Well, it's like Altuve. He can swing at a pitch anywhere. That ball hit the ejecto button right there in the heart of the glove of Mesoraco.
That's low for a ball. And
yeah, it is the truth, though, Browning. When you're swinging well, you can swing at anything. The talk, the quotes in the paper will be the guys are swinging at good pitches right now. Watch when they're swinging it well. They're hitting everything. And when they're not swinging it well, they can't really barrel up anything. And again, it's the reality of the game. You'll have 1 or 2 guys during a cold stretch swinging the bats well. During a hot stretch, you'll have 5, 6, 7 guys swinging it well. And that's the nature of the game.
And Mesoraco out to talk it over with Reynolds. He's getting by with some mistakes in this at bat. Joey Votto handed that one to a fan. Nice gesture. A big series in Pittsburgh this weekend will be something to watch. Matt Latos and Francisco Liriano open it Friday night. Foul back. Both are big winners. Latos 14-6, Liriano 16-7. Alvin Bailey draws A.J. Burnett Saturday night. Bronson Arroyo squares off against Jeff Locke on Sunday. Then they have another 3-game series after that. Some highly interesting series coming up elsewhere too in the next few days. The Pirates hold a 7-6 advantage in the season series over the Reds. They've won 4 of 6 at PNC Park. But Liriano is 0-3 against the Reds with a 4.41 ERA. And then at that same time Friday night, the Baltimore-Tampa Bay series opens in St. Petersburg. This will be the 10th pitch to Krause. Also over the weekend, Texas is at Kansas City in another important 3-game set. That's ball 4, and Krause really worked for that walk. Astros Trivia is brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. He's the last Cincinnati Red to hit 50 homers or more in a season.
I'd have to say George Foster.
Yeah, Adam Dunn didn't quite make it, did he?
I think he's been in the 40s many a time.
George did hit 52 in his MVP season, 51 or 2 in 78.
He was amazing when he was on his game.
Boy. Matt Dominguez doubled to left field. He had those huge Popeye forearms, and he could drive a ball. George had about a 31-inch waist. He was absolutely sculpted, wasn't he?
Pure gristle.
Yeah. And he was into weightlifting at that time. Not a whole lot of players were. He hammered a ball one time at the old vet in Philadelphia off the right center field scoreboard. It was a line drive. It was an absolute incredible shot. And he just hit those massive upper deck home runs too.
I recall a game in the Astrodome against the Reds. George Foster hit home runs to right center and left center against the knuckleball of Joe Niekro. I was spinning around trying to find a way to get leather on it had the ball gotten by the bat. It didn't. And in each case, just bombs way out in the old Astrodome.
Dominguez grounds one into right field for a hit. And here going to third is Krause. Throwing to second base on the sharp single, and Domingo is 2 for 2 tonight. And the makings of a rally began with Carter coming to the plate. That was an 0-2 pitch, and Domingo hit it to a good spot. He doesn't often hit it there.
He doesn't. He had a big hole to work with. He looks like he's shooting that way, as if he sees the hole and is trying to find it. I don't know if that's the case, but when it's all said and done, it looked like he had a perfect idea.
And it just might be, Ash, that the second time around the hitters are more aware of that changeup and they're trying to wait back a little bit longer.
Use the hands a little bit more effectively.
Now Carter, who grounded to third, and Frazier made a good play to get him. Comes around for the second time. Mesoraco with signs. Braves lead the Nationals 4-2 in Washington. They're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Dan Uggla hit his 22nd. Justin Upton, number 26. For Atlanta after Braves were swept in the twin bill by the Nationals yesterday. Carter looks at ball 1. Braves club has won 89 and lost 62, trying for the best record in the National League. And that would mean home field advantage throughout the National League playoffs. And currently Atlanta does have the best record. Just one game better than St. Louis, though. It's 2-0. The Dodgers are 2 behind Atlanta for that best record, and they're bypassing Clayton Kershaw for a start, giving him some extra rest. Not a bad thought this close to playoff time. So a guy who's one of their horses.
What was it that enabled the Braves to fly so far under the radar this spring? In the estimation of a lot of people, everybody thought the Washington Nationals were the team to beat.
Yeah.
And it turns out the Braves have had that consistently outstanding season.
It's a really good question. 3-0. The Braves certainly with their rotation, and Tim Hudson isn't in their rotation anymore. Might not have scared a whole lot of people, but it's good balance in the rotation. That's what they brought, the ability to stay in games almost every night. And who knew Chris Johnson was going to hit .330?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Carter takes a walk, and the bases are loaded now with nobody out, with Logan Ondrusek warming up. So trivia answer comes your way right now about the last 50 home run hitter for the Cincinnati Reds. George Foster, 52 in 1977. Meanwhile, the pitching coach Brian Price has gone out to the mound. He'll buy some time for Ondrusek to get loose. Foster with 52. Ted Kluszewski, big clue, had a 49 home run year in 54 and 47 and 55. Adam Dunn with 46. Johnny Bench 45 and Greg Vaughn with 45.
I remember you couldn't get Kluszewski's upper arms on the baseball cards back in the 60s. He was one hunk of a man.
Well, he cut off his sleeves, and he had those humongous biceps.
Yeah, he was impressive stuff.
And he was the hitting coach for many years, and a tremendously nice guy. Now bases loaded for Reynolds with a 3-1 lead. He faces Wallace. Wallace hit a fly ball to center in the second inning. That worked the count to 2-2. Carlos Corcoran's on deck. In tied to Wallace. The Astros are 0 for their last 20 with men in scoring position now. Hitting .253 as a team with the bases loaded. Now Wallace has worked the count his way to 2 balls, no strikes.
When you don't have great stuff, and quite frankly Reynolds doesn't, you have to be crafty. You have to find ways in and out of the strike zone, and right now he's having a tough time with that craftiness.
Wallace is 1 for 6 with the bases loaded this year. Cool pitch hit in the air to shallow left. Chu comes in toward the infield and is underneath it. And that takes care of out number 1. He fires to the plate. He's got a big time arm.
At the same time, every coach with the Reds is thinking, man, you got to hit your cutoff man right there. Just keep playing the game right. And I think he's trying to hit the cutoff man. He just is offline a bit toward the plate. And actually watching it, I get the feeling like he's saying, look, if you're going to be my cutoff man, you better get yourself in line with the plate.
Now Carlos Corcoran, who grounded out in the second inning, and with the bases loaded here, Astros really hoping that he can cash in. Brandon Barnes on deck. Boy, if that first hitter does it with the bases loaded, nobody out, it's so helpful in setting up a big inning. That's a gapper, maybe. No, it's out to Jay Bruce in right. Bruce with the catcher's the tag, and the throw to the plate cut off, and a run scores. Corcoran gets a sac fly to score Krause. That makes it 3-2. Bruce getting over there, and he also has a good arm. So Cork gets his 19th run batted in, and it's a 1-run lead.
Well, you start an inning like this, you've got to put at least 1 run on the board. Nice job by Corp on a pitch sinking down maybe below the knees. But you'd like to add more than the 1 run.
Yeah. Yeah, bases loaded, nobody out. 1 run is a minimum expectation.
Yep, certainly is.
Barnes whacked a homer inside the right field foul pole in the 3rd inning. Jonathan Villar's on deck. Foul tip, strike one. Brandon has hit well with men in scoring position this year. .352, 25 hits and 71 at bats. It's no balls, 2 strikes for Reynolds. Alex Wood started for the Braves against Washington's Ross Ohlendorf tonight. 4-2 Atlanta in the bottom of the 7th. Washington, after really failing to show much for a long time, has now been steadily pouring it on for about 3 weeks, but is running out of time. Barnes is hit by the pitch up around the left hand, and that loads the bases again. On the 0-2 pitch, Reynolds, with his 3rd hit batsman of the year, let one get away up and in.
It's hard when you're the skip and you're desperately trying to win ball games. You'd like to have a young pitcher have some success, pick up a W, but the two don't always go together.
And Dusty Baker will make a move to his bullpen. Reynolds going 3 2/3 tonight. Logan Andrusek will be coming in from that bullpen with a 3-2 lead. He'll inherit a bases loaded 2-out situation, and he'll be facing Jonathan Villar. We'll be right back.
September 27th is the final big and bright Friday night of the season. Astros taking on the New York Yankees at 7:10. Don't forget to stick around after the game for the best fireworks show in town, presented by Marathon Oil Corporation, featuring the top songs of 2013. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com for tickets. Guys.
Thanks, Julia. The Astros have loaded the bases. They've scored 1 on the Corcoran sac fly here in the 4th inning, and now with 2 outs, they hope to break through against right-hander Logan Andrusek. In 46 games, he's won 3 and lost 1 with a 4.13 ERA.
Right-hand hitters have had a little tougher time. That's about normal. Little bit of dropping of the points. Righty versus righty. Overall 253 and 7 dingers allowed. Just 48 innings. It's a bit of a high figure on the home runs, but the Reds play in a ballpark that leads to a lot of dingers.
Andrusek is from Hallettsville, Texas, lives in Shiner, not far from here at all. Got his first major league win here at Houston in July of 2010. The Reds drafted him in the 13th round in 2005. He pitched a hitless inning, finishing up the 6-1 win here Monday night. Jonathan Villar has struck out looking and grounded out, and Brandon Phillips made a nice play to get him in the 3rd inning. Andrusek missing, and there's ball 1. Dusty Baker's bullpen has 21 wins, 24 losses, a 3.49 ERA, and some hard throwers at the end of that pen. Got Sean Marshall back last night. He worked a hitless inning in the 10-0 Cincinnati win. That's upstairs. Now 2-0 to Jonathan Villar. Jonathan, who's walked 20 times, has a pretty good eye. He also has Dominguez at 3rd, Carter at 2nd, and Barnes at 1st. Now 3-0 to Jonathan Villar. And this will be an automatic take with Altuve on deck.
This could be a 2-pitch take scenario. Got a guy just coming in from the bullpen, obviously not coming in throwing strikes right away. Might be highly challenged to throw back-to-back strikes.
That's strike 1, 3-1. Villar has driven in 8 runs. 166 at bats as a big leaguer. Villar wheeling on that one. Now takes it to a full count.
So they had the green light on the 3-1, had a good swing.
Big pitch coming, 3-2, 2 outs. The runner's set to sail. And he strikes out VR. Looks like he got him to go for ball 4. And the Astros settle for 1 run on 1 hit. They leave 3, and Reds 3, Astros 2.
Play if you're Jonathan VR. Brandon Phillips tagged him out, and he tweeted this. This is our AT&T the game. Hashtag real talk. I don't always tag like this, but when I do, I prefer the hashtag butt tag. Guys, I think we all knew that wasn't the only time we were going to see that play right there.
No, it's been played and replayed and many times on many different networks. And you'll be seeing it for a long time to come. Brandon Phillips leads it off in the 5th inning. He is 0 for 2. Ground ball to third. Dominguez. 1 pitch, 1 out, and Peacock can really benefit from that. He has battled tonight. Strike zone has been somewhat elusive for him from time to time. He's been high with some fastballs. He's spiked a few, but he's hanging right in there and trailing 3-2, Ash.
Quite frankly, at times I feel like it's been a difficult strike zone to deal with, in particular with the curveball. But he's starting to settle in. Just 73 pitches now with an out in the 5th inning.
That's a good-looking pitch, and strike 1 to Joey Votto. Votto walked and scored in the 1st, grounded out in the 3rd. The Pittsburgh Pirates have lost their 3rd straight to San Diego. Padres got 2 in the top of the 9th to beat them. Well, the Reds will have to like that news. If the Reds win this one, they will be just a half game behind the Pirates.
Think they're squirming in the Steel City?
I think they are. Boy, Andrew McCutcheon's had a big year, though. He got a lot of MVP votes.
He's a heck of a player, one of those everyday guys that does everything well.
Astros President Reid Ryan addressed season ticket holders at a town hall meeting before tonight's game. It's 3 balls, 2 strikes. Good to see Don Sanders before the game. Brett Sanders. They've been very successful with those minor league franchises at Round Rock and Corpus Christi. There's a walk to Votto. 3rd walk of the night. Pirates have 1 against the Padres, 3 against the Reds, 3 at Chicago, 3 more Cincinnati. That's the wrap up. Cardinals go to Milwaukee, then the Nationals, who are still in it right now but may not be by then, and 3 with the Cubs. So the Cardinals have the softest schedule, if you will, of the 3 teams. Doesn't mean they'll win more. Jay Bruce has pulled 2 doubles into the right field corner tonight. Ball 1 to Bruce.
The Pirates had a soft schedule heading into facing the Padres, didn't they?
Yeah.
How did that work out?
You know, that's a really good point, Ash.
Just never easy.
Everybody looks at schedules this time of year, right? And what do they really mean? Maybe not a whole lot. Throw goes over to first. Teams still have to win those games, and sometimes it's almost worse playing a team that's out of it because the expectations are so high for the contending team. One ball, 1 strike. Josh Zeid is warming up for Houston.
Yeah, you can see some funny tales when you look back at what a good club or a poor club did over the course of 162 games. These Reds have torn up the Cubs this year. You would expect them to. But they've had a real rough time with the Milwaukee Brewers, and there wouldn't seem to be any logic there.
Well, they thought they were rolling when they won 3 of 4 from St. Louis. They followed that up by sweeping the Dodgers. But then they lost 2 of 3 to the Cubs, and they lost 2 of 3 to Milwaukee. So go figure. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Bruce.
For Brad Peacock, nowhere near as sharp tonight as we've seen him in recent starts.
That's why it's good to look at a starting pitcher at least 15 times if possible to see what he does with games like this, how he handles himself.
When a guy's pitching well, how many of 15 starts are going to be in the category of really good looking starts?
This is number 13 for Brad. 5 of his last 7 starts have produced quality start numbers. One hopper Wallace. Wallace firing, and here's VR returning, but throw gets by Peacock. No further advance. They get the force play from 3 to 6. Would not have had the double play had the throw been caught at first anyway. Ball was in the air a long time.
Yeah, no damage done there, Brownie, but just another one of those plays where you kind of feel like, come on, guys, we're better than this. Wally does everything he can do. This throw from VR has got to be up. You're throwing it to the pitcher coming to the bag. You want to throw it to the chest and give him a chance. And yes, the runner's bearing down, but that's part of what you deal with as a shortstop second baseman.
That's true. Ryan Ludwig is the batter. He struck out, hit a sac fly. This one goes out toward Barnes. Barnes took a step back. Now he comes in, and it's caught by Altuve over the shoulder for Jose Altuve. In the 5th inning, no runs, no hits, and a man stranded. 3-2 Reds.
Bases and catch the rest of the season in HD quality. Watch every out-of-market game live on more than 350 mobile and connected devices. Visit MLB.tv today.
It's a good spot. 3-2 ball game. The Reds lead it. Jose Altuve made that fine play, that over-the-shoulder catch on the Ludwig pop-up, leads it off in the home 5th. Takes one under the chin for ball 1 from Logan Andrusek. Greg Reynolds went 3 2/3 tonight for the Reds. He allowed 4 hits, 2 runs, walking 2, fanning 1, hitting a batter. He threw 65 pitches. Then Andrusek got VR with the bases loaded. Now here's one backhanded. And Frazier over Votto. Out number 1. Trevor Crowe will be next.
Yeah, that really turned out to be a nice play, the one you talk about by Altuve rather in center field. And I would say a tougher play than need be on this particular towering pop-up. That is not easy. And Brandon Barnes had an initial step back that cost him.
Especially with that roof as the background for locating that fly ball. Trevor Crowe is 0 for 2. Rusek with a breaking pitch, falls behind him 1-0. Hisashi Iwakuma has been shutting out Detroit tonight. It's 7-0 Mariners at the top of the 9th in the Motor City. He's a good looking pitcher. 2 balls, no strikes. Justin Verlander in 7 innings allowed 3 runs to Seattle, including a Justin Smoke homer, number 17. It's 2-1. Who do you think the opening day playoff starter will be for Detroit? Scherzer?
Yeah, based on all starts prior to the final, the last 3, or at least 2 of the last 3, I would say Scherzer. But I could see an alteration made there based on how they finish up the season, although Jim Leyland can finish it up pretty much any way he wants, you would think, with the lead that they possess.
Mark Krause on deck. 2-2 pitch is fouled by Trevor Crowe, who's getting extended playing time here in the month of September, and he's hit .297 this month.
We've been talking, Bronny, about maybe the best pitchers, the Cy Young candidates from the American League this year. I don't know. I'm wondering if we could get surprised with Anibal Sanchez's name on the list.
Right. That's going to be really foul, but go a long way into the upper deck.
You could make an argument Scherzer has been the best, certainly, but you could also make the argument he wasn't the best pitcher on the Tigers this year.
Yes, you could. Cologne has had a fine season, so has Yu Darvish. The battle continues at 2 balls, 2 strikes for Trevor Crowe. The Yankees have a 4-3 lead over Toronto now. Jay Happ was shutting them out a few innings ago. Now they take the game to the bottom of the 9th, up by 1, and Mariano Rivera has the ball. They got 2 off Steve Delabar in the 8th inning. Soft pop goes back toward the seats, and out of play again. Still 2-2 to Trevor Crowe. The Yankee club still battling. The odds don't look good. Apparently Joe Girardi can opt out of his contract after this season.
Yeah, I think he's done a high quality job.
Really has. Swing and a miss, and Crow's down on strikes. That's number 2 for Andrusik.
The thing I like about Joe Girardi, on top of whatever he may do in the ball games, is the way he deals with the media. It just comes across so professionally.
Andrusik, the off-speed pitch, takes care of out number 2. He's retired 3 in a row. Mark Krause comes up. Krause hit a fly ball to left, and he walked and scored. The Royals lead the Indians 4-2 in the 7th. Strike 1. Danny Salazar is pitching for Cleveland tonight. Bruce Chen got the start for Kansas City. He went 5. No balls, 2 strikes as Andrusik once again throws the split-fingered fastball. Well, the Indians in Kansas City, and they're headed home, and the Astros are headed to Cleveland to meet them tomorrow night. Krause swings, and that's a strikeout, with Votto catching the high throw and coming down to complete the 2-3 play. We go to the 6th inning, and it's 3-2 Reds.
Oklahoma and New Mexico viewers, listen up. Comcast Sportsnet covers the entire 5-state region, and we want your story ideas. Email us your story ideas at regionalroundup@comcastsportsnet.com. Guys.
Thanks, Julia. We move on to inning number 6. Brad Peacock trailing 3-2. Gave up 2 in the first, then 3 in the second. Now scoreless ball for the last 3. Todd Frazier greets him. He is 0 for 2. Frazier looks at it, and it's strike 1 on a breaking pitch from Peacock. Peacock has thrown 87 pitches. It's 0-2. Bullpen is well rested, thanks to long relief efforts. Lucas Harrell, who went 5 innings Monday night. Philip Humber went 3 2/3, and Reiner Cruz 2 last night. Over shortstop, it goes out to left. Chris Carter tracking it, and Carter he dropped the ball. Jonathan Villar collided with him, and Frazier waltzes into second base. And Carter had his glove on it about waist high, and Villar jarred it loose.
Whose responsibility to get out of the way here? When outfielder calls, infielders got to get out, and maybe Villar simply hears Carter too late, and that very likely is the case, as you see a late call from Carter. So maybe no opportunity for Villar to get out. He tried to duck under, but not enough.
Carter draws the error, his 5th of the year. And now it's a runner at second, nobody out for Cozart, and Wallace comes in tight at first base. Domingo also in close at third. That's ball 1. This is just really tough for the Astros pitchers, and it's happened time after time this year. Routine plays not made.
Raggedy baseball destroys a pitching staff, and that's what this is.
Bullpen is busy with Kevin Chapman warming up. Roll to first. Wallace takes a look at third. Takes the out at first. One away. Frazier to third base.
A little cue shot right off the end of the bat. Glad to see the aggressive consideration there at first base by Wallace.
Yeah. Infield in now for Mesoraco. Mesoraco is grounded to third, grounded to short rather, in line to third. Upstairs, ball 1 from Peacock. Right-handed hitters have hit only 189 against Peacock this season. He's not given up an extra base hit to a right-handed batter over his last 3 starts plus this one. That'll go foul. 1 ball, 1 strike to Mesoraco.
Why that runner at third base should always be in foul territory. If the ball happens to get a piece of you and you're any part in fair territory, it is an out.
One and 2 to Mesoraco. He chased that one. Here's an example of what Brooke Jacoby was talking about earlier. He takes a little walk to clear his head. Ground ball short. DR checks the runner. It's the out. 2 down. Hamilton will be next.
That couldn't have been played better by VR. As he comes on, takes the ground ball cleanly, glances at the runner at third base, and then makes a good, strong, accurate throw.
Hamilton has a double to left field and a single to left. He also has a stolen base. Dominguez will play in tight on the grass at third because of Hamilton's speed and the thought that he may bunt even with 2 outs in the inning. Strike 1 to Hamilton. Hamilton so slight a build, though. The pitcher's going to be challenging him inside, Ash.
Well, the way he stung line drives the other way, for me, says automatically I'm going to force him to show something on a pitch in on the hands.
Yes. Fouls that one. Corcoran down. No balls, 2 strikes.
Kind of a lifting swing pulling toward right field on the pitch inside. Boy, Corp was all out trying to make sure he blocked a pitch if it had not been hit.
There's a shot. It hits the third base back, pops up in the air. The run will score, and it's 4-2. Hamilton 3 for 3.
Brownie, sorry, you put it out over the plate to Hamilton, and he does look good he doesn't lift. He slashes through the baseball away. And a third straight hit this evening going the other way. Look at this stroke down through the baseball. That's gorgeous.
It's third base, way up in the air. And such a tough break for Peacock with that leadoff two-base error leading to a run. The run, of course, will be unearned, but now it's a 2-run lead, and Hamilton's having a night of it. He's 3 for 3 with an RBI, has scored a run, has stolen a base in his first major league start. Brad Peacock comes out of the ball game, and it's 4-2 Reds back in a moment.
The 2013 Major League postseason starting October 1st. Check your local listings for details.
Kevin Chapman comes in with a runner at first, Hamilton, and a 4-2 Cincinnati lead with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning. He's 1-1. His ERA is 2.30.
Overall, that 151 batting average against, very impressive, but he's been having troubles with the strike zone. 12 walks in 15 2/3 innings, an area that he certainly needs to find a remedy for.
Shin-Soo Choo walked in the first and scored. He drove in a run with a single in the second. He's 1 for 2. Against lefties, he's hit .208. That would certainly be a major reason here for Chapman's use, and a secondary one. It might make it tougher for Hamilton to steal with lefty on the mound, but it might not ever be tough for him to steal.
Yeah, you wonder if he chooses to go on first move, he's going to get anybody.
Yeah.
But going on first move has its liabilities as well.
Manny Parra's warming up for the Reds. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count for Chapman. There's the lefty Parra. The Angels came back from a 4-2 deficit with 2 in the 9th to tie Oakland and 1 in the 11th to beat Oakland, 5-4 in Oakland. J.C. Gutierrez won it, beating Jesse Chavez, and Ernesto Frieri got his 35th save. Josh Hamilton homered in the 9th. And then he delivered the game-winning RBI in the 11th for the Angels. And he is finishing strong this year. Mike Trout hit another homer for the Angels, a 2-run shot. They've won 4 of the last 5, and Trout is going to be getting some MVP votes.
That hitless series here in Houston, very rare for Trout, just the second of the year that he's had, and both against Texas ball clubs, but seems to have awakened his home run bat.
Runner takes off. He's got a big jump. The throw goes by Corcoran. The pitch got by Carlos, and no chance to prevent Hamilton from stealing his 7th in 7 tries as a major leaguer.
We had a great view there, and we talk about going on first move. That's exactly what Hamilton did. The instant Chapman moves, he's gone. If you come over, well, I dare you to try to get me, and that's the kind of speed this guy has. Once he gets full out, and that takes about 2 strides to get there, he is really running.
He is a blur. 2 balls and a strike to Choo now. 2-2. St. Louis has a 4-2 lead at Colorado in the bottom of the 5th inning. Adam Wainwright's going for the Cardinals tonight. They have a chance now to boost their lead to 2 games over Pittsburgh, with the Pirates having lost at home to San Diego. Now 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Phillips on deck. Astros bullpen has put together a pretty nice run lately. And here's Altuve throwing from the grass to Wallace, who stretches and gets him. He kept his foot on the base, got the call from Marty Foster, and Hamilton was streaking around to score. If that call at first had been safe, he would have scored. But the Reds settled for 1 run on 1 hit with 1 error and 1 left. They extend their lead to 4-2. The Reds were pushing for more, and this ball was pulled by Chu, and Altuve had to go a long way. And then did Wallace keep his foot on the base?
My first reaction was no, he did not. But in watching the replays, this is extremely close, and it looks like Brett does indeed maintain contact through the catch. Very nice play, nice adjustment by Brett Wallace.
It really was. And Dominguez takes ball 1. So Chu was just out for out number 3, and they got an unearned run on 1 hit because of the error by Carter in left to make it a 2-run lead for Dusty Baker's club. Now Domingo takes a look at ball 2. He is 2 for 2, a double to left and a single to right. Logan Ondrusek in relief of Greg Reynolds, who went 3 2/3. And Matt Dominguez puts it in the air, and the shortstop is back, Cozart. That's out number 1.
You know, I continue to talk about the good swings that Matt Dominguez gets, and this was another. I mean, he had the full bore home run swing going through this baseball, just got under it, but it's why he continues to swing it so well with success. That is a great swing. Don't want to change a thing right there.
Ondrusek has retired 5 straight. Chris Carter next. Carter fouls it for strike 1. He's grounded to third and walked. They're in the 10th at Tampa Bay. Rangers 2, Rays 2. There's also a tie in Boston. Orioles 3, Red Sox 3 in the 9th. 0-2. Red Sox are batting, in fact, in the bottom of the 9th in that one. Braves lead the Nationals 5-2. They're in the top of the 9th in Washington. Royals over the Indians 4-2 in the 7th. Pitch upstairs. 1-2 to Carter. Well, the Indians have been amazing. I think the field has kind of come back to them, but they're only a half game out of the wild card race.
Look at their club. It's hard to figure out why. It's just been a nice team effort. Nobody's really standing out as having the great year.
Yeah.
Masterson, starting pitcher, has had a solid year, and that was anticipated, but he's also injured.
Ubaldo Jimenez has come on strong.
Yes, he has.
Carter fouls that one back.
And I would say in that case it was not anticipated. He's had some struggles.
The Twins down the White Sox in Chicago 4-3. Scott Diamond won his 6th, beating John Danks. Danks 4-14. Glenn Perkins got saved, number 36. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Brewers lead the Cubs 7-0 in the 7th. Alton, who hit the game winner against the Reds a few days ago, has hit his 4th. Out to left center field. Hamilton running. It's a gapper. It kicks out, and Shu picks it up. Carter in with a double. 24th 2-base hit of the year for Chris Carter. At number 5 for the Astros. 4 have been for extra bases.
Carter is so strong, even when he doesn't have that good sound off the bat or big swing to go with it. He drives the baseball to the wall. That's just a short little pop. Shows what this big guy can do if he can kind of learn that theory of short to the baseball.
Dusty Baker takes the ball from Logan Ondrusek. He'll go to pitcher number 3 of the night when we return with the score. Cincinnati 4, Houston 2 in just a moment.
The final game of the season as the Astros take on the Yankees Sunday, September 29th at 1:10. 10,000 fans will receive a team poster courtesy of the Houston Chronicle. You can also win great prizes every half inning as part of Fan Appreciation Day. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com for tickets. Guys, are you on that poster?
No, but we saw that shot of Jose Altuve as somebody took his uniform top and He had to come out and put on another one without a name and uniform number on the back of it, just for the photo. Are you in it, Julia?
I don't believe so.
Well, they ought to do a poster of Dancing with the Astros. You'll be on that one.
Maybe so. We need our own poster for us.
All right, we'll get one.
Not sure we could give that away, but
No.
I don't know who would want one.
No, we'd have to pay them to take it. Manny Parra with a 1-3 record, a 3.46 ERA, comes in with 41 and 2/3 innings under his belt. He's a former starting pitcher for Milwaukee,
Yeah, a guy that tears up left-hand hitters, but he's not going to get that left-handed bat of Brett Wallace. Instead, he'll get L.J. Hose.
Wallace was 0 for 2. Hose is pinch hitting for him to give Bo Porter this right-handed bat. And Hose is hitting .271, 1 homer, 8 runs batted in. He's 1 for 2 pinch hitting. Strike one for Parra. One out and a runner at second. Hose went 5 for 11 on the last road trip. Has not been playing as often in September as he was prior to that time. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count to LJ, who came to the Astros from Baltimore in the Bud Norris trade. Parra was on the DL back in late April through late May with a strained left pectoral muscle. Throws and it's strike 2, 1-2 the count.
Starting to see some high strikes now from the home plate umpire Tim McClellan. You see that pronation of the left arm. Everybody does it. Some you don't really notice it as much, but this is pretty considerable.
Fouled away. Sam LeCure, a right-hander, is warming up in the pen for Dusty Baker. In Parra's last outing Sunday at Milwaukee, he faced one batter and hit that batter and was charged with a run. That was LeCure. That's the game the Reds lost in the bottom of the 9th on the walk-off homer. And Zach Duke, another bullpen lefty, gave up that home run. Chop foul. In that Padres 3-2 win at Pittsburgh, getting 2 in the top of the 9th to sweep that series, or at least it's the 3rd loss in a row. I think it's a 4-game series, including tomorrow night. The loss went to Mark Melancon. Andrew McCutchen hit a 2-run home in the 7th. That had given the Pirates the lead. But Melancon, who's been doing a good job of closing, faltered tonight. Dale Thayer was a winning pitcher, and Houston Street got his 31st save. But Black's club 71-80, kind of kicking up its heels a little bit, beating some of the contenders here in September. Outside to L.J. Hose, and it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Baltimore and Boston have gone to the 10th, tied at 3. Carter the runner at second, 1 out here. Bo Porter's club has been edged in hits 6-5 by the Reds. There's a shot that'll even it up into the right field section, and that's going to be a double for Hose despite the strong arm of Bruce, and it scores a run. So Hose with a pinch hit RBI double makes it a 1-run lead, 4-3. That evens the hits at 6, and he comes off the bench with a very big swing. He just peppers that right field line.
That's really making the managerial move pay off. And it is what L.J. Hose does, going the other way. Don't see teams acknowledging this fact by pitching him in more consistently, by swinging the defense around to that right side. But L.J. Hose continues to pick up success going that way.
Back-to-back doubles in the inning. So for Logan Ondrusek, it's 1 2/3 innings of work. 1 hit, 1 run allowed, no walks. He struck out 3. Carlos Corper in the batter. Corp is 0 for 1 with a sac fly. This one's driven to center field. Hamilton backing. Hamilton way back. He's up on Towns Hill. It's off the hill. And now here's Jones headed for the plate with a tying run. It's a 4-4 game. 3 consecutive doubles. Corcoran lifting one high to center. His 5th double of the year, 2nd RBI of the night, giving him 20 for the season and tying this game at 4.
Rather impressive by Corp. I mean, this is hitting a bomb. No, it doesn't get out, but that's out of just about any other ballpark you want to name, maybe other than Detroit. Even the speed of Billy Hamilton in center field can't make the adjustment to get back on this one.
And the Astros come out firing here in the 6th inning with 3 straight 1-out doubles to tie this game at 4. Corcoran at second. The bullpen moves on for Dusty Baker. We'll be right back. They have the potential go-ahead run right there. Carlos Corcoran at second, talking to Brandon Phillips. As right-hander Sam LeCure comes in, he'll be pitcher number 4 for Dusty Baker. He's 29 years old from Jefferson City, Missouri, and the University of Texas.
And again, it's the left-hand hitters that have had the tough time, but in this case, right-handed pitcher. Well, the right-hand hitters have hit just about 100 points higher. Overall, 219. And he has a full-grown beard. That's what the bullpen guys do these days.
And Orbit's doing what he does.
And what is that?
I haven't figured that out yet. But he's entertaining. And LeCure has been a key man in the late innings. Now inning number 6. That's earlier than he often comes in for the Reds. And that tells you how Dusty Baker regards this 6th inning threat of the Astros. They've tied it and have Brandon Barnes at the plate. Barnes hit an opposite field homer in the 3rd. He was hit by a pitch in the 4th. And LeCure with a career high 60 appearances. When he came in Sunday at Milwaukee, he had made 9 consecutive scoreless appearances. But he gave up a run in 2/3 of an inning in that one. Bunted in the air, and there's Rocco with the catch. 2 outs. Now it'll be Jonathan Villar.
Yeah, Brandon Barnes was just going to try to catch some people off guard here. If he gets this down with the third baseman playing back a bit, probably beats it, but instead there's the pop-up.
Cole Porter hoping Villar can come through and give his club its first lead of the night. Villar's 0 for 3. Brandon Phillips made a fine play to get him in the 3rd. LeCure got his first major league save against Arizona August 22nd in a 2-1 win. And strike 1 at 74 miles per hour.
Don't get a lot of strikes called when a catcher moves his upper body like this. He'd much prefer to just see the glove move and hold that upper body still.
LeCure has inherited 26 runners. Only 3 have scored. He goes to a 1-1 count.
Good looking pitch right there. So you catch it just perfectly and don't get the ball. I don't know, with that ball running that way away from the left-hand hitter, if that doesn't somehow catch home plate.
Villar takes another one, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
Curveball right there up at the front of the plate. Probably at the bottom of the knees.
LeCure was drafted by the Reds in 05 in the 4th round. That's good for a strike, and it's 2-2 to Villar with Altuve on deck.
Take a look at not that last pitch, the one before, the curveball that was deemed low. The front of the plate, pretty close, bottom of the knees area. Could probably go either way.
Ball 3, and it's a full count to Jonathan VR. Reds pitching staff has the 4th best ERA in the National League, 3.38. Aroldis Chapman is the hard-throwing lefty closer. Ground to shortstop. Cozart gets VR. And the Astros tie it in the 6th. They get 3 consecutive doubles. Carter, Hose, and Corcoran. 4-4.
Talk Live with Kevin Eschenfelder wrangles up some noteworthy sports guests that have plenty of buzzworthy opinions and play-by-play analysis. You'll never know who stops by on Sports Talk Live weekdays at 5. Brownie, some changes around the diamond for the Astros.
Yes, including Trevor Crowe moving from right field to left field. We have others as well. We have L.J. Ho staying in to play right field after that pinch RBI double, batting for Brett Wallace. And the new first baseman, with Wallace leaving the game, is Chris Carter. It's a 4-4 ball game, moving to the 7th inning, and lefty Kevin Chapman, who came in to get Shin-Soo Choo to end the 6th inning now, stays in the ball game to face Phillips, Votto, and Bruce. A right-handed hitter followed by 2 lefties, leaving Chapman in the game. Phillips is 0 for 3. The way Dusty Baker has his lineup stacked with Votto and Bruce back-to-back left-handed hitters. He's inviting the opposing manager to bring in lefties. There's ball 1. And Ryan Ludwig hitting 5th tonight. There are times when he is sandwiched in between Votto and Bruce. That's the way it was last year, but Ludwig has been hurt much of this year. Out to center field. Barnes with a long run. That's 1 out. Votto has walked twice and grounded out.
Get a peek on this play at Brandon Barnes and how he can turn his back to home plate and run to the spot. And he'll wind up on the money time after time.
That's a good place to be.
Not always easy to find that money either.
No. I don't know what was going on there with Votto's feet, but it was very interesting as he took strike 1. Strange little shuffle going on for Joey there.
Let's wait to see if McClellan would call strike on that slider that clearly wound up in the heart of the plate.
Votto with a slicing line drive down the left field line, hits it foul. And that guy was glad he did. Right on the money, Ash.
Well, let's ask him.
He's sitting on green.
You know, Joey Votto does not buy into the theory that there is any pitch he shouldn't hit for a knock somewhere. He can really get angry at himself.
Yeah, that's true. 1-2. We heard him getting angry at himself.
Sure he did on the previous at bat. A little bit of that here.
Fly ball out to right field. Ho's backing on it. That's out number 2. And Jay Bruce will follow. Jay has had 2 doubles to right field.
So if a guy's getting hits against you opposite field time after time, I would think at some point you decide, let's go ahead and pitch him in and see what he can do. Now we know that Joey Votto can drive it out to right field as well. But I do think you try to change a guy around a bit and at least make him think in different directions.
Makes some sense. Jay Bruce to center field. Barnes coming in for it. And that is a quick 7th inning for Chapman. In 1-2-3 fashion, he keeps it tied at 4.
Against the playoff hopeful Cleveland Indians, coverage begins at 5:30 p.m. on Comcast Sportsnet.
And let's take a look at our starting pitchers. They're brought to you by Chevron. Care for your car. Dallas Keuchel with a 6-9 record. And Ubaldo Jimenez, he has pitched some really good games lately. His ERA is 3.49. He is 12-9. That's the matchup tomorrow night at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Houston. Fans enjoying their 7th inning stretch right here. It's a good time. And they have an opportunity to catch things that are thrown to them. Food items.
Peanuts and Cracker Jack, to be specific.
Yes. And they were calling out to Ash. Ash!
Please, we're begging.
Jose Altuve's 1 for 3. There's a strike to Altuve. Makes you feel powerful, doesn't it, Ash?
And it does.
Ash hit me right here in the chest with those peanuts.
I used to have teammates beg me to throw the baseball like that. I found very little possibility of that happening.
That is going to be a hit to left field. And Altuve is 2 for 4 again. What an amazing September with 32 hits.
Just hit it. It'll find a hole. That's all you have to do when you're hot. Not the best of body positioning at times, and yet perfection is the end result for Jose Altuve time after time.
29,701 the paid attendance tonight. Trevor Crow's the batter. He's 0 for 3. Altuve in September has been absolutely magnificent.
Players would say unconscious.
Yeah. First baseman Votto was a step in front of the base. Altuve's not going to want to go home to Venezuela. He takes off for second. Swing and a miss. A throw in time on the tag by Cozart. Altuve is out. Caught stealing from 2 to 6.
A nice job by the Reds to cut down that potential go-ahead run for Houston. Just a good throw and puts it in a good spot for his infielder. I don't know, once that reach is made to try to tag out Altuve, that becomes a very close play.
Rocco takes care of out number 1. Crow moves back from ball 1. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Sam LeCure on the mound. We got 2 outs in the 6th inning, and now after the Altuve hit, he's erased. Mark Krause is on deck. Yankees got 4 in the 8th and beat Toronto 4-3 in Toronto. 1-2. Mariano Rivera got his 44th save.
And Joe Girardi continues to beg him to come back next year.
Yeah. Josh Zide is warming up for Houston. Vernon Wells had a go-ahead 2-run double in the 8th inning.
Well, he's like pinstripes.
Yeah, he has.
Started out great there.
He sure did. And Mariano Rivera got a 4-out save tonight. 10 games left for the Yankees. 3 will be here September 27th, 28th, and 29th. A week from Friday night that series opens. Now slowly outside the first base line. Still a 2-ball, 2-strike count to Trevor Crow. It'll be fascinating to watch that Yankee club over the winter months. See what kind of moves they're making. They keep insisting they'd like to get below the luxury tax payroll level of $189 million for next year, if they can do that and maintain a championship club. That's ball 3, and it's a full count to Trevor Crowe.
It's a dicey game today with the expensive free agents, guys that are a little on the older side. Injuries can be so impactful.
Crowe strikes out. Out number 2. First strikeout for LeCure. 5 for Reds pitching.
Just a slow curveball and Trevor out in front.
LeCure has been a starting pitcher. He brings that starting pitcher stuff in as a reliever, not a real high octane, blow him away type fastball, but he pitches. Mark Krause is 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. That's ball 1. Well, that's his profession. He's a pitcher, but you know, he mixes his stuff together.
See, there you go, simplifying again. This game's not that easy.
No, it's not. You know, a lot of clubs would have a guy in the game right now in the 7th inning of a tie game who throws 95.
That's the type of arm that is normally coming out of the bullpen on the deep innings of a game. But every once in a while you find that Scott Downs or LeCure or whoever it may be that doesn't overpower and yet has great success.
2 balls and a strike to Krause with Dominguez on deck. The Mariners shut out the Tigers 8-0 in Detroit. Iwakuma going to 13-6 with the win, beating Verlander. He's 13-12. Gutierrez and Smoke went deep. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Giants lost to the Mets 5-4 in New York. The Mets got 4 in the bottom of the 9th. Sergio Romo lost it. Ground ball. Votto comes up with it. Tossing, and LeCure is there. Excellent play for out number 3. We move to the 8th inning, and it's tied at 4.
Sports news covered. Check out Sportsnet Central 7 days a week at 6:10 and midnight on Comcast Sportsnet, your home of your home teams. The Cincinnati Reds will be heading out of Houston tonight, but not before Bo Porter and Dusty Baker got to have lunch together. This is the only time the Reds are in town, and Bo Porter would not give us any information on topics that were discussed. He said those were private. Wish you could be a fly on the wall to hear some of the things and stories these guys have. But he did say that Baker is one of his mentors in the game and that he's doing an excellent job managing the Reds. Guys.
Well, they are locking horns in a 4-4 game right now, Julia, moving to the 8th inning. This is one of those good managerial games for everybody who's looking over their shoulders and trying to second-guess their moves. Josh Zeid is pitcher number 3 for Bo Porter. Kevin Chapman was very good. He retired 4 in a row, 1 1/3 innings, no hits, no runs. Zeid is 0-1. His ERA is 4.87. As Porter and Baker square off, it's Ludwig batting. Ludwig now backing away from the batter's box. He's 0 for 2 with a sac fly today. You see it. That was part of a 2-run Reds first inning. They led it 3-0, but now they're in a 4-4 lockup. And it's ball 1. Zeid part of a young bullpen which since the 8th of September has had a 2.38 ERA for Houston. That's a swing called by Tim McClellan. It's a 1-ball 1-strike count.
Look at this walk away from the plate. Ludwig can take some of the longer walks in the game at times.
Well, here's a question for you. Hitters have their walk-up music. Should they have walk-away music?
Do they need the walk-up music each time they walk away and come back? That might make some guys think about it. Okay, so then you have your walk-away music, as we need right now. And now the walk-up music.
There could be an opportunity for a little musical interlude there.
I think we need to look into that.
Okay.
Could be some money involved in it for you, Brown.
For me?
Could be. Finder's fee.
Oh. 2 balls, 2 strikes. They're going to change that error from a Carter error to a VR error on the pop fly that was dropped by Carter earlier in the game.
Really, I don't see how Jonathan VR, who got called off and tried to get out of the way, winds up with an error.
The official scorer shall charge an error against any fielder whose misplay prolongs. Let's see. We'll redo the whole thing. That's a strikeout on a foul tip. In the judgment of the official scorer, such fielder deliberately permits a foul fly to fall safe. And anyway, he changed it. Apparently, he thought that VR got in the way of Carter. Let's see.
Well, an infielder's job is to go out and get in position to make a play until called off by an outfielder. At which point, it came very late here. VR tried to duck under. He probably could have dropped to a knee, but it's all you can do. I mean, your responsibility is to go make the play if not called off.
Frazier takes ball 1. Now Carter's at first base, and it's Crow in left field. That's fouled away by Frazier. That makes it a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Zide pitched in the Angels series 5 days ago. Came in with a 9-6 lead in the 8th inning, and he worked a scoreless frame. He has pitched scoreless ball in each of his last 3 outings. He got a save in Seattle September 11th. Now back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So it's been an opportunity for Josh Zide, Chai Janlo, David Martinez, Josh Fields, Jorge De Leon, Kevin Chapman, all have been rookie relievers to break in this year. He gets a strikeout on Frazier. 2 in a row. Down goes Frazier.
There you go. Never miss an opportunity. Frazier's a guy with a bat right now who looks a bit lost. I've been there. I know the look.
Okay. Zach Cozart, the batter. There's ball 1. He is 0 for 3. Fouls it. Zide is 26 years old. He's from New Haven, Connecticut. Went to Vanderbilt and Tulane, both. Phillies drafted Josh Zide in 2009, traded him to Houston 2 years ago with Jared Cozart, Jonathan Singleton, and Domingo Santana for Hunter Pence. There's a single into center field with 2 outs off the bat of Cozart. That's 7 hits for the Reds. Corcoran goes out. Mesoraco will be the batter. He's 0 for 3. Cozart has not attempted a steal all season. It's pretty rare for a shortstop who's had 536 at bats.
It is rare. Usually that middle infielder is a guy that, in worst case scenario, will steal a handful of bags.
Foul ball into the upper deck. Strike one to Mesoraco. Cameron Lowe won for the Braves 5-2 at Washington, beating Ross Ohlendorf. Craig Kimbrell got save number 48. It's 1-1. Diamondbacks lead the Dodgers 2-0 in the middle of the third inning. And Paul Goldschmidt has hit his 34th home run. What a year for Paul Goldschmidt. Jay Bruce, Joey Votto there. In a 4-4 game. The Reds going for a sweep here. They're 20 games over 500. In the dirt. Good job by Corcoran. It's 2-1 now. This is tied for their high water mark of the year. 20 games over. They haven't been in second place since June 20th. They haven't been in first place in this division since April 22nd. They would be only a half game out of second if they can win this game. Infield shifted around. Swing and a miss and a throw to first. Back safely. Cozart. It's 2-2 on Mesoraco.
Nice aggressive play by Corp. And that's probably just seeing an open shot as Chris Carter only came a step or so off the bag.
Stephen Fife is pitching for the Dodgers tonight in Arizona against Brandon McCarthy. So Kershaw can have a few extra days of rest. In the dirt, ball 3, 3-2. Goldschmidt with that home run now has driven in 118 runs this year. Miguel Cabrera leads the American League with 134. Two outs. Cozart will be going automatically. It's in the air, and Barnes is waiting for it in center. It's no runs a hit, and a man stranded. Bottom of the 8th ahead. Reds 4, Astros 4.
Jeff Blum's back in action tomorrow. That maybe he's so anxious he's already in Cleveland, hanging there in the hotel, maybe watching a little baseball.
Well, we have a developing story that Jeff Blum is indeed watching this game in his hotel room in Cleveland.
Wow.
And so you should be jealous about that. J.J. Hoover comes in, so Jeff Blum will be watching a pitcher who's 4-5 and a 2.95 ERA.
Opposition hitters hitting 200. The lefties not getting anywhere close to that figure. 6 dingers allowed in 61 innings. That's a good figure. Reds have got some guys coming out of the back end of this bullpen doing a fine job.
They really do. Matt Dominguez is 2 for 3. A double and a single to go with a pop-up. 8 hits for the Astros, 7 for the Reds. 1 error for the Astros. That's a big hook for strike 1. So Jeff Blum probably just settled in, and he may need a recap of what he's missed.
Well, that would be on your plate.
Okay. 1 ball, 1 strike. How would you briefly catch up Jeff Blum on this game?
Well, I would say back in the first inning, the Reds went to town right away. They picked up a double by Jay Bruce that scored a run, and then Ryan Ludwig had a sac fly to score another. 2-0 right away. Shin-Soo Choo made it 3-0 Cincinnati in the second inning as he drove in Billy Hamilton, who can really run. He's kind of fast. Astros got on the board. Brandon Barnes with a solo dinger that came in the bottom of the third inning. Carlos Corcoran had a sac fly to make it 3-2 Cincinnati. That in the fourth inning. Then in the eighth, Billy Hamilton drives in a run. Another base hit on his night. Bottom of the eighth inning, the Astros strike for a pair. L.J. Hose was crucial with a run-producing double, and Carlos Corcoran also had a double, that off of Tal's Hill, and that tied the game at 4 as we currently stand, considering extra innings on this getaway night.
Oh, now back. Josh Fields is warming up for Houston. That was an excellent job of getting Jeff Blum caught up on this ball game. Fields warming up. And Jeff will probably be just fluffing up that pillow very soon. And getting ready to put his head down for the night while you're slaving over a hot microphone here.
It is heated up too.
Yeah. 3-2. Matt Dominguez. And then, you know, you'll be getting in about the middle of his 8 or 9 hours of sleep tonight.
Well, you're talking about a possible 8.5 or 9 inning game, and let's let that be the case, please.
Sixth inning. Alan Ashby has told us Carter double. Left center field. Hose pinch hit RBI double up the right field line, pulling the Astros to within 4-3. Corcoran long double. Run producing to center field. Hamilton goes up there for it. It's a 4-4 game. Now you're caught up, Jeff. And Chris Carter's the batter. Has that double you just saw, and earlier a walk. That's ball one. Matt Dominguez has attempted one stolen base. He didn't make it. He's the runner at first. Jeff will be on a nice walk around downtown Cleveland tomorrow morning.
You're trying to make this painful, aren't you?
Strike, and it's 1-1. And he's coming into town for the Yankee series.
Final 3 games of the year. It'll be 4 days with that Thursday off day. It's a good thing we've got an off day with 3 games left in the season.
Yes,
that's all I've got to say.
One ball and 2 strikes. And then next season we'll open with the Yankees here. So we'll have back-to-back Yankee series separated by about 6 months of nothing. Hoover throws ball 2. Wonder if we'll be talking about before game 162. The team that wins could have momentum for that next Yankee series on opening day.
Well, one of us won't be. How's that?
Okay. that was pretty strong.
Yeah, Jeff, we're in a little correspondence here, and he's in a good mood and enjoying Cleveland.
Is that possible?
I really don't know. I was trying to provide a public spot for Cleveland, Ohio.
No, really, Cleveland is a nice place.
Sound effects included.
But the Indians are not drawing at all. Their economy is just really bad right now.
Really a shame.
Yeah.
No, and you can talk about the depressed area, and it is. The Detroit Tigers are the response, though, because boy, that's a raggedy downtown, and yet they draw like crazy.
Frazier to second, Phillips to first, and they turn 2. Well, the Reds with Phillips, one of those terrific middlemen on a double play, do not waste a whole lot of time. And it gets to second base, and they make it 5-4-3.
Get that ball in the hand of your second baseman quickly. Brandon Phillips has some unique style points down there, but gets the job done. And does seem to have a little fun.
Now L.J. Hose will be the batter. He had a pinch RBI double batting for Brett Wallace in the 6th inning. This one goes to right field near the line for Jay Bruce. In the 8th inning, it's no runs, no hits, nobody left for the Astros. We move to the 9th, and it's tied at 4. S.com. And by the Sony picture, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs 2 in theaters September 27th. Ash has already gotten his tickets online. It's 4-4. We go to the top of the 9th inning now. Josh Fields, pitcher number 4 in the game for Bo Porter. In this tie ball game, he'll face the 9, 1, and 2 hitters. Ash.
You're always giving up my positioning. You know that?
I'm tipping your hand.
1 and 3 on the year for Josh Fields, 5.73 the ERA, but he has taken over recently as the closer for this ball club and doing a nice job in that regard. 230 the batting average against. Right-handers are struggling. 8 dingers allowed by Josh.
Well, he'll face Hamilton, who's 3 for 3. And Hamilton has stolen 2 more bases tonight, giving him 7 straight in his Major League career. Closer Aroldis Chapman warming up for Dusty Baker. Hamilton, if he gets on, you know there's only one thing that he's going to be doing, and that's stealing a base. He's 3 for 3 in this game, and he drove in a run in the 6th when he hit a sharp ground ball that hit the third base bag, popped up in the air, and scored Frazier, who had reached on an error.
Well, if the Astros pitch him away in this at bat, I consider that a serious tactical error.
Yeah, he's been hitting that pitch to left field. Fields delivers ball 1.
Looked like Corp was setting up to go away. Fields missed in, but I would say at this point, Billy Hamilton has shown he can handle the pitch away. And not with a fluke style.
No, and Dominguez is in close, so he can slap it by him. But he shows bunt, and that's in tight to him.
You also look at what Hamilton does to the defense on the infield. Shortstop and second baseman have to play in. Not all the way, but they have to shorten up considerably. You just can't play him in a normal style.
No. Fields got his 5th save Friday night against the Angels. Falls behind 3-0. A walk could lead to big problems.
Yeah, and I would refer to a walk to Billy Hamilton as being an even larger tactical infraction.
Yeah, because you haven't made him swing the bat, and he's very likely to steal second. That is a walk on 4 pitches. Hamilton's first walk as a major leaguer. He's been on base all 4 times tonight, out of the number 9 spot in the order, and there's only one thing that he will be doing as Shin-Soo Choo bats.
He'll be trying to find a pitch to go on, and Bo Porter is going to try to find a way to maybe pitch out, but it's a tough scenario. You've got Shin-Soo Choo at the plate, a guy who tends to draw a lot of walks anyway. You don't want to fall behind. Put a couple of guys on base and then have Hamilton maybe trying to steal third.
It's a real dilemma for the Astros. Dusty Baker has the fastest man in baseball aboard. 3 sacrifice bunts for Choo. They may not need to waste one, because if Hamilton can steal, he can swing away. Choo has drawn 5 walks in this series. Dominguez in tight for Choo. There's a throw driving Hamilton back. Everybody who knows about Billy Hamilton is watching him and expecting him to go. That's a difficult spot in which he finds himself in the late innings of a tie game. He went back standing up that time. He's been the Reds minor league player of the year the last 2 years. And in each of those last 2 years, he led professional baseball in steals. 103 in 2011, 155 last year. 155. He's going. And the throw, not in time. Third stolen base of the night for Hamilton, number 8 of his major league career in as many tries.
You can throw over to first base all you want, but if you're going to be anything but super quick to the plate, Hamilton's going to get you. High leg kick, not all the way high, but not a slide step. And Hamilton's just too good.
Well, they almost got him.
Yeah, a throw on the bag, they do get him.
Yep. Really close.
And I wouldn't say that he's done running. He very well could take off for third if he feels he gets that jump.
VR is hanging right behind him there, as you see. Just a step behind him. Chu showing butt. And it's 2-0.
Corp does a nice job on this steal attempt. Other than that throw tailing on the first base side, Corp did everything you can do. He had a perfect pitch on which to throw up and away.
Now it's 2-0 with Phillips on deck. So Phillips, Votto, Bruce. If Chu can get him to third, Dusty Baker's going to be very pleased. That's high for a ball, and it's 3-0. Fields has a 2.31 ERA in his last 11 outings. Won 7 straight balls since he came in. And that's ball 4. Now runners at first and second, nobody out for Brandon Phillips. Phillips is 0 for 4.
You know, this is a tricky scenario for Dusty Baker. You've got a guy with 101 RBIs coming to the plate. Nobody out, runners at first and second. All you need is a run. You'd love more. Are you willing to lay down a bunt? I saw an argument about this today presented that laying down the bunt is the wrong thing to do, but I won't go into the whole argument and why I think it was off base. But it's a consideration now that Dusty has to play out.
Chai Jen-Lo warming up in the Astros bullpen. Votto on deck. Phillips settles into the box. The Astros are expecting a bunt the way they're moving Carter in on the grass, and Dominguez also. If he does bunt up the runners, Votto could be walked intentionally. But then Jay Bruce would bat with the bases loaded in that scenario. And there's ball 1, and it's 9 straight balls.
I think when you've got the 8, 9, 1, and 2 hitters, of course, you're talking about 2 different leagues and DH and all that sort of thing. But I'm talking in general. I think that's where you see sacrifice bunts. Not all the time. And it leads to the big guys in the batting order.
Phillips puts the bunt down. Carter throwing in and hits the runner, and now Hamilton will come in. They're going to call interference, though. They're going to call him for being on the inside of the baseline and interfering with the throw. He was not in that box on the outside of the first baseline. So the run will not score, and Dusty Baker comes out, but the call was made immediately. And Tim McClellan, the crew chief and home plate umpire, explaining that to Dusty Baker. Now Phillips cannot run on the inside of the baseline in that situation and be hit by the throw. He belongs in that box on the outside of the line. It's
actually kind of tough when you're a base runner. You want to cheat, and he certainly cheats, and in a big way. But running up that lane leaves you away from the bag. You have to reach back with your foot to get there. This is a clear-cut case of interference.
No doubt about it. Phillips is out, and the runners do not advance.
Yeah, by making that mistake of interfering on the throw, trying to be safe, you cost your club what the sacrifice bunt was all about, with the 2 runners having to go back. That's an enormous break for the Astros.
Now it's Joey Votto with runners at first and second and 1 out. Votto is 0 for 2 with 2 walks. Jay Bruce on deck.
Now I would think, because the runners have to go back, that there's a larger likelihood that Billy Hamilton may get the green light to run again.
Now Bo Porter's called time. He's coming out. Votto has grounded into 13 double plays this season. Josh Fields had thrown 9 straight balls, and then Phillips bunted, and because he ran on the inside of the baseline, was hit by the throw to the first baseman, called out. The runner's not advancing, and that really fools the strategy, because he has not advanced these base runners. And now Votto, if he grounded into a double play, would end the inning.
I've never been on a ball club where a manager took any 20 seconds to talk to his club about, hey, look, if I put on a sacrifice bunt and you lay it down, don't be trying to create a mistake by the defense by running inside the line. Make sure you run in the lane. Never heard a manager ever talk about this. And therefore, you know, it maybe leads to mistakes, but that's a huge one by Brandon Phillips.
Hamilton takes off for third. Both runners go. It's a fly ball to right center field. Now they're getting back. Barnes in position. Barnes will make a catch, and Hamilton gets back and tags and still gets to third base. On out number 2. This man is an absolute blur.
He went pretty close to 270 feet on this fly ball. He was just shy of third base, listened to his third base coach, and got back, tagged, and moved up to third again. Pretty remarkable. That is great speed. Look, he's gone. And there's going to be a challenge for Corp to be able to make a play here, but as he heads to third, well, get back. Yes, he did get all the way. Well, that's the end product there. Good job listening to your third base coach, though.
Jay Bruce has a pair of doubles, 2 for 4 in RBI. And Corcoran now getting down with runners at first and third. And Chu, the runner at first. That's ball 1. Ludwig on deck. That was amazing what Hamilton just did.
Joey Votto may have gotten a pitch to hit right there, but he might have been wise to take a pitch and enable Billy Hamilton to try to steal third.
Good point. 2-0 now. Corcoran going out.
Boy, that pitch back through the plate with Corp setting up on the outside edge.
They're in the bottom of the 12th in St. Petersburg. Rangers 3, Rays 3. Now 3-0 to Bruce. 2-1 rather. Didn't see the right arm go up. Sometimes Tim is a little more subtle with it. Cardinals lead 4-3 in the middle of the 9th at Colorado. Orioles beat the Red Sox 5-3 and 12. Now 3-1 to Bruce.
Clear-cut case of really not wanting to pitch to Bruce.
Yeah.
Maybe see if you can get him to swing at something off the plate. And now they're going to put him on intentionally. But the way Corp was setting up well off the outside corner, that says we really don't want a piece of this.
As if when he was standing up at the beginning of the at-bat that they might go ahead and give him 4 wide ones, but he wasn't chasing. It went to 3-1. They put him on, and that moves Chu to second base on the intentional walk to Bruce. And now base is loaded, and it's Ludwig back. Ludwig 0 for 3. He delivered a sac fly in the first inning to .291 is his career bases loaded batting average. The Astros have Corcoran, Barnes, and Villar due up in the last of the 9th inning. And Baltimore's 5-3 win in 12. Boston hit a couple of homers. Big Papi, David Ortiz, number 28, Mike Napoli, number 23. Jim Johnson got his 47th save. Ball 1 to Ludwig.
Jim Johnson has put together back-to-back years with a tremendous total on the saves.
Yasiel Puig just hit his 17th homer for the Dodgers. They trailed the D-backs 4-2 in the 4th. Ludwig spins away from it. It's 2-0, and Fields has had major difficulties locating the strike zone here in the 9th inning.
Ludwig is an RBI guy accustomed to getting the green light, but with a 2-0 in an inning where the pitcher's already walked 3, yes, one of those intentional, maybe where you take at least 1 strike here.
Now 3-0 Ludwig.
To me, it's a given you have to take 1 and maybe 2 here.
Year-old Josh Fields from Hull, Georgia, in a real jam here. Bases loaded, 3-0 count, 2 outs. That's a strike, and it's 3-1 to Ludwig. Ludwig, because of the opening day shoulder injury, has had only 100 at bats. Good for a strike, and now it's gone full with 2 outs and the bases loaded. And the suspense is here at Minute Maid Park in this 4-4 ball game in the 9th. It's strike 3, and that ends the top of the 9th inning. That's amazing. And Fields, who walked 3, gets out of trouble to keep it tied 4-4. Bottom of the 9th is coming. Two outs and a 3-2 pitch to Ludwig, and Josh Fields gets a call from Tim McClellan to get Ludwig looking.
A little surprising, especially when you've got a catcher reaching for the pitch. But Corp may have been set up right down the middle. That was a surprising call.
And Ludwig looks shocked by it. Now Carlos Corcoran leads it off. Bottom of the 9th inning. Corp is 1 for 2. He's driven in a couple. Sacrifice fly in the 4th. RBI double in the 6th to tie it at 4. Brendan Barnes on deck. Jonathan Villar due up 3rd against J.J. Hoover, who faced just 3 batters in the 8th inning. And that's ball 1. And for the Reds, the 9th inning presented such a golden opportunity without having to get a hit, but they could not come through.
Very strange inning, highlighted by the base running gaff there by Brandon Phillips. Lays down a nice bunt and then makes the big mistake of running outside the path.
1 ball and 1 strike. Tampa Bay Rays got a run in the 12th and beat the Rangers 4-3.
You know, the funny thing is, if you could advise the Astros defensively on that bunt by Phillips, what the best thing to do would be, it would be to hit Brandon Phillips with the throw, because that's the only way you're going to keep the runners from moving up 90 feet.
That's true.
and get an out in the process.
There was a lot of joking about 24 hours ago with Brandon Phillips after that game about the play at second involving Jonathan VR. Not so much after this one. 2 balls, 2 strikes with Zach Duke, the lefty, warming up in the Reds bullpen. Oh, and hit him. Corcoran hit on the right hip by that pitch from Hoover.
I would assume this is pinch running territory here.
Robbie Grossman can run. He can't bat yet because of the strained oblique. But it's not going to be Robbie. It's Jimmy Paredes coming out, as you see the hit batter. Jimmy Paredes is the pinch runner for Corp. Dave Clark talking with Jimmy. He is 4 for 8 in steals, but it's a matter of getting better speed on. It could be a bunt situation for Barnes. He's checking with Dave Tremblay now. Jonathan VR on deck. Well, Corcoran reaches, and he's had quite a night of it. He's driven in 2. He just reached base for the second time tonight and might have set up the winning run. Third baseman Frazier in very close. Barnes takes a look at it, and it's ball 1. Barnes has shown his bunting ability. Has 5 sacrifice bunts. He's put down squeeze bunts. He hit a homer in the 3rd inning tonight. He was hit by a pitch in the 4th, but he popped up a bunt try in the 6th. When Corcoran was at second.
Upon watching that first pitch to Brandon Barnes, the better option is to lay the bunt down on the right side without question. Third baseman drawn way in.
Yes, he is far in. The bunt does go to the right side. Votto picks it up, tosses to Phillips, who stretches his way inside. That's out number 1. Good sacrifice for Barnes.
That wasn't easy. You've got to lay down a soft bunt. You've got to put it on the right side. All done perfectly by Barnes.
Just looking at how much care Votto took in that throw to make sure it was on the inside of the baseline.
Well, you could have argued that Brandon Barnes was not in the base path there too. Could have been the same mistake.
But normally, in order for the base runner to get the call, he has to be hit by the throw, doesn't he?
He has to be. You're not going to get it just because the guy ran in the wrong spot.
Jonathan VR 0 for 4. And it's ball 1 in tight from Hoover. Pitcher number 5 for Dusty Baker.
In fact, even if that throw is made trying to avert the base runner who's outside his path, and it goes down the line, you're not going to get interference. I've maybe seen it once, but if you hit the runner, that's where you get it.
VR looks at it. It's 2-0. J.J. Hoover, 26 years old, from Pittsburgh, went to Calhoun Community College in Alabama. First year in the big leagues was last year for him. He was a 10th round pick of Atlanta in 08. Now intentional walk to VR will bring up Jose Altuve. Thank you very much. A man who has 32 hits in the month of September, but it will set up a potential ground ball double play.
Boy, that's a dicey move by Dusty Baker.
Yes, it is. There's no hotter hitter in Major League Baseball in September.
Yeah, not just here in Houston tonight, but anywhere.
Altuve is 1 for 2 against Hoover. Dusty up on the step there. Wonder if he's contemplating a change to either Duke or Christiani. He's coming out. Altuve 2 for 4 tonight. 32 hits in the month. Pitcher number 6 will be on his way in soon for Dusty as Hoover gives up the baseball. With runners at first and second and 1 out, he's going with the lefty, Zach Duke. And it was Zach Duke who lost the game in Milwaukee Sunday. So a very interesting move here. And we'll be right back to see it. By Brandon Barnes. And now take a look at Zach Duke. He's 1-2 with a 7.18 ERA. And got the loss on Sunday, as we mentioned, in Milwaukee on a walk-off homer to the Brewers' Sean Halton. He'd been pitching well prior to that time, and earlier this year was released by the Nationals in June. 3 days later, the Reds signed him to a minor league contract. They released him August 3rd from Louisville, but then he was re-signed and sent there in mid-August, and now here he is in a tight spot.
I think this move was made for one reason. If you look at all the numbers, right-handers, left-handers hit Duke well, and he's had that rugged season that you talk about, Brownie, but he's left-handed. And I think Dusty Baker is selling out to the bunt by Jose Altuve. And with that being the case, well, let's see. No, we're not going to have fun here. I thought initially that maybe this was because Duke is left-handed and can handle a bunt play and throw to third base easily, but in reevaluating the inning, there is already the one out. And to me, Duke is not a guy who just creates ground ball after ground ball, so this is very intriguing.
Somewhat of a strange move, and Altuve is 1-for-1 against Duke. Altuve is hitting .287 against lefties this year. And that's the matchup, and we'll watch it play out. A double and a single for Altuve tonight. Fly ball, right field line. Jay Bruce sprinting over to foul territory, sliding, and tremendous catch by Bruce. There's a tag at third, but that was a big-time play by Bruce for out number 2, and Jimmy Paredes tagged and went to third base. Tremendous play by Bruce.
It really is. Most guys are not going to get to this ball, let alone make the catch. Alertly tagging and moving up is Paredes, but key on the play is that second out.
Paredes tagging, but that is truly a remarkable play, and because Altuve does hit the ball to right field quite a bit, Jay was shading a little bit, but still he had a long way to come across that right field line, and then perfectly coordinated slide. Now Trevor Crowe 0 for 4.
Trevor Crowe had a game winner last homestand on a right-handed at bat, and I believe it was the final game of that homestand.
And now Brian Price goes out, the pitching coach. Lefty hitting Mark Krause on deck. Now Crowe came through with a ninth inning single to beat the Minnesota Twins on that last homestand on the 4th of September. The Astros won that one 6-5, and it was off lefty Brian Dunsing. Trevor, a switch hitter, is hitting .300 from the right side of the plate with 9 hits and 30 at bats. Jonathan Villar is not being held on at first by Joey Votto. He takes off for second. That's a strike. And Villar easily gets to second base without a play.
I'm not sure I like this play because Mark Krause waits on deck. Now Mark Krause I don't think would come to the plate, but it would force Bo Porter to go to the bench once again and bring on a pinch hitter.
Looks at it. It's a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. Zach Duke is a native Texan. Born in Clifton. To Midway, Texas High School. Came up with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Was with Arizona and Washington. Crowe looks at a ball. It's 1-2. Astros have faced him quite a bit down through the years. He was with the Pirates. Crowe wants the count rectified. the scoreboard count indicating it's 2-1. He takes, and now it's 3 balls and a strike. We're anticipating that Krause could come up here with the bases loaded. Cole Porter might swing to the right side for a pinch hitter for Krause. There's J.D. Martinez available, Brandon Laird and others, Jake Elmore. That's a walk, and the bases are loaded as Crowe takes the stroll. It's been a weird 9th inning. There were 3 walks in the top of the 9th, and now in the bottom half, 2, 1 intentional, and a hit batter.
Well, my supposition that Mark Krause would not bat in this scenario is apparently wrong. Now, again, left-hand hitters have hit Duke very well over the 300 mark this year, and maybe that's what Bo Porter is relying upon.
Krause is 0 for 3 with a walk tonight. Krause takes a look at ball 1. Krause is 1 for 11 against lefty pitching. Dominguez on deck. That's a liner out to shortstop for out number 3, and we'll have extra innings from Minute Maid Park. No runs, no hits, 3 men stranded. We've moved to the 10th inning, tied 4. Extra inning ball games. The Reds are 10-9. Just a lot of extra inning work.
What a 9th inning we just had. That now has us in extra innings. But Brandon Phillips has a couple of runners aboard, nobody out, drops down a bunt, runs inside the line, gets hit. And that brings the guys back 90 feet. Cost Dusty Baker and the Cincinnati Reds what would have appeared to be just the golden egg opportunity to win it there, or go ahead in the top of the 9th inning rather. But that was a big mistake. Big strikeout of Ryan Ludwig to end that top of the 9th inning. Then in the bottom of the frame, Brandon Barnes laid down a good sacrifice bunt. Did the same thing that Phillips did, running inside the line, and risked the chance of having everything brought back as well. And the Astros failed to score with Krause at the plate.
Chai-Jen Low 0-3 with a 5.17 ERA, 2 saves in 5 opportunities. He's given up 13 hits and he's walked 10 in 15 and 2/3 innings. He gets the 10th inning, and it's Todd Frazier leading it off. Frazier is 0 for 4. He reached on an error and scored a run. Cody Clark goes in to do the catching after Carlos Corcoran left for the pinch runner, Jimmy Paredes. Clark's in the number 8 spot in the order. Low delivers, and it's ball 1 for the Taiwanese-born right-hander who pitched in the Angels series 3 days ago. 2/3 of an inning, no hits, no runs for Chai-Jen. That was in the Astros 2-1 loss. He worked to a couple of batters in the 9th. Foul back by Frazier. The count's 1-1. Lowe began his career with 7 shutout appearances, covering 7 1/3 innings. He came up from Double-A Corpus Christi at the end of July. The liner over shortstop into left center field. Frazier leads off with a hit. Throw comes in, and Altuve backs it up. That's hit number 8 for Cincinnati.
Looked like a pretty tough pitch. Down and away, but nice job by Frazier to line it into left center.
Zach Cozart singled in the 8th inning. He's 1 for 4. 11 sacrifice bunts for him. Dominguez creeping in at third. He takes it in. It's ball 1. With that 12-inning extravaganza in St. Petersburg, the Rays beating the Rangers. Tampa Bay now takes over the wild card lead by 1 over Texas. Desmond Jennings came through. He had an RBI single in the 12th. And Texas maintains a half-game lead over Cleveland, which lost at Kansas City for the second wild card spot. It appears the Astros will be a team of influence here in this final stretch. The Indians hot on the heels of the Rangers, and those two teams are next up for Houston. Butted first base line, and it goes foul for Carter.
Yeah, you're always given the opportunity to play the good teams down the stretch. You're going to influence one way or the other. You just want to make sure that influence puts some pain in that stretch run for the other clubs you play.
The Tampa Bay Texas series is a 4-game series. And the 4th game will be tomorrow night. What a dandy of a matchup. Matt Moore is 15-3, and Yu Darvish is 12-9. Throw goes over to first on Frazier.
Got another one of those scenarios with Matt Dominguez drawing way in on the third base side, where if there's a bunt, needs to be on the first base side.
Devin Mesoraco is due up next. Carter's charging as well, and it goes for a ball. It's 2 balls and a strike to Cozart. Well, that Oriole win at Boston, that was in 12 innings, 5-3. Chris Davis came up a big star in that one for Baltimore with a 2-run single in the 12th. Bunted and low. The runner moving towards second will throw to Altuve. Frazier got going well, and so there's no play on him, and a sacrifice makes it from 1-4 for out number 1.
Nice soft bunt. Doesn't even need great direction when you keep it soft coming off the bat like that, and Lowe's only play was to first.
Mesoraco is 0 for 4. Billy Hamilton's on deck.
You know, when you've got 8 and 9 coming up, to have the 7-hitter lay down a bunt, it can be a challenge. Not the laying down of the bunt, but the decision to make that call.
Yeah. Not like your number 2 hitter bunting.
Very different. You're asking the bottom guys now in the order to get this job done.
Foul ball, and it's 1-1. Cardinals beat the Rockies 4-3 in Colorado. Make the count 0-2 now. And Adam Wainwright, 1-17. 17-9. Edward Mujica got his 37th save. Redbirds now 89-63. So the Reds would need a win to stay 2.5 behind St. Louis. Swing and a foul tip, and Mesoraco's down on strikes. Strikeout number 9 for Houston pitchers.
Just high heat up and away.
Billy Hamilton has 3 hits and a walk tonight. A perfect night, including 3 steals. A run scored and a run batted in. Dominguez even with the bag at third. Strike 1 to Hamilton. Michael Kadire of Colorado retains the NL batting race lead. He's hitting .331 after going 1 for 3 tonight. He left the game with a bruised right forearm. It's 0-2 to Hamilton. Chris Johnson's hitting .327, 4 points behind Kadire. Bonus baseball for these fans at Minute Maid Park. 3 home games remain after this one for Houston. That's strike 3, and that ends the top of the 10th inning as Hamilton is caught looking. No runs a hit, and a man stranded in scoring position. It's 4-4 as we go to the bottom of the 10th. Bottom of the 10th inning is coming, and it's the Reds 4, the Astros 4. A little dancing, and she hopes to be dancing after an Astros win soon. Alfredo Simon will be coming in, and he'll be pitcher number 7 for Dusty Baker in this one. The veteran right-hander taking over after Zach Duke worked 2/3 of an inning, allowing no hits, no runs with a walk. Simon's 5-4. His ERA is 3.23. It's been a career high 58 appearances for him. Those 78 innings of work, allowing 8 home runs. Matt Dominguez will be first up in the home 10th inning. Domingo has a double, a single, and a walk tonight. We're hearing from our buddy Jeff Blum up in Cleveland, Ash.
Yeah, he's having a tough night. It looks like he's got a below 5-star meal in front of him, and I don't know how he's pulling through that thing.
But it's difficult going for him then.
I'm rooting for him myself.
We always do. Domingo takes, and there's strike 1 to Matt. He hit the big home run off of Aroldis Chapman in Cincinnati to win a game last year.
And you, Mr. Brown, I anticipate you will stay up with us by the time we get to Cleveland.
We'll be with you, pal. Fly ball to right center field, and see who takes over. Billy Hamilton. 1 out. And Chris Carter will be next. Carter doubled in the 6th inning. He's 1 for 3 with a walk. The Astros have had 10 wins in their final at bat. Reds bullpen is tough to beat. L.J. Ho's on deck. Carter looks at ball 1. It's a 4-4 game. Glad you're with us tonight, and it's the bottom of the 10th inning. Bill Brown and Alan Ashby along with Julia Morales right here at Minute Maid Park. 4-8-0, 4-8-1 for the two clubs. And it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count for Alfredo Simon. He's pitcher number 7 for Dusty Baker.
Brownie, I have to admit, I'm really puzzled over the Reds' insertion of left-hander Zach Duke to pitch in that bottom of the 9th inning, and the Astros staying with Mark Krause, lefty versus lefty, in that game-winning scenario.
Absolutely.
A couple of moves that have me perplexed. Sure, there are good reasonings going on both sides,
but we want to hear what they are afterwards, of course. Part of the fun of being a baseball fan, getting the explanation for what's confusing us.
Oh, that would take way too long in my case. But
2 balls and 2 strikes for Carter. Well, we don't always follow some of these moves. They're not always percentage moves, but the managers have their reasons. You don't suppose Connie Mack ever had to explain any of his moves, do you?
No, he just kept that. Was that a derby cap he wore?
Well, some type of hat, straw hat.
When you wear that, you're already considered very intelligent, and therefore you couldn't possibly make a mistake.
And he wore a coat and tie on the bench. And he was the owner of the team, so he probably didn't have to answer to anybody about his moves.
Board of directors call the next morning.
Yeah. Carter takes the walk.
Okay, is this another pinch run scenario, or does Carter stay on?
solid question. We'll see. No signs that he will be leaving for a pinch runner right now. L.J. Hose is the batter. Sometimes what a manager would do is wait, and if the base runner gets to second, he'll pinch run for him then. Hose came off the bench and delivered a double in the 6th inning, pinch hitting for Brett Wallace. And that pulled the Astros within a run at 4-3. And then in the 8th inning, hit a fly ball to right.
By the way, Blummer informs us not to worry about him. He's a gamer.
Good. He will not quit on this game. Strike one to Hose. Cody Clark is on deck. Matt Pagnozzi just ran in from the Astros bullpen. So that would mean Cole Porter's getting ready to pinch hit for Cody Clark, perhaps. Oh, and 2. Interleague play, the American League has won 151 and the National League 140. Pretty close this year. Statistics are pretty close. Inside. 1 and 2. I believe the Yankees wind up. Well, the Yankees are here. Let's see. They have an interleague series. I believe it's with the Giants, though, yet to come. Inside again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's been Greg Reynolds, Logan Andrusa, Manny Parra, Sam LeCure, J.J. Hoover, Zach Duke, and Alfredo Simon for Dusty Baker in this game. The Astros have gone with Brad Peacock, Kevin Chapman, Josh Side, Josh Fields, and Chai-Jen Lowe. Chopped over the mound. Phillips throws to first to get Hose. Carter advancing to second on out number 2.
Well, there's your man at second base representing the game's winning run.
Yeah.
And see if Bo Porter responds here.
There are 2 outs in the inning.
If this is left to Chris Carter to be that game-winning run scorer from second base, he's got to find a way to get a good lead, secondary lead, and run as well as he's run all year.
Well, he's staying in, and the pinch hitter for Cody Clark is J.D. Martinez. J.D., a .255 hitter with 7 homers, has 36 runs batted in. Been out for weeks with an injury, a wrist injury. He's had 275 at bats. As a pinch hitter, 2 for 6 with a run batted in. That's ball 1 to him.
Well, a base hit right here would be a great way to step back in for the club.
Martinez came in last night. That was his first action since he returned from the disabled list. He had been in Florida working out. He was out from late July through mid-September with a left wrist sprain. Ground ball out to second. Phillips down on a knee. He throws to Votto, and that ends the 10th inning. We move to the 11th, and it's tied at 4. Durkee, feed your wild side. A little wild here as we go to the 11th inning in Houston. 4-8-0 for the Reds, 4-8-1 for the Astros. Seems rather tame from that scoreboard, but there's so much we can't put on there right now to tell you about this ball game. The Astros had a bases loaded chance against them when the Reds batted in the top of the 9th inning, and Ryan Ludwig was struck out looking on a 3-2 pitch. Now Matt Pagnozzi is batting, and then the Astros loaded the bases themselves in the 9th inning, and Krause hit a looping liner to shortstop to end that threat. Chai-Jen Lowe is in his 2nd inning of work. Shin-Soo Choo the batter. So we get a sense of the real international flavor of this sport with these 2 squaring off.
Now, when you pull the blankets up over your shoulders tonight, I want you to think about us now, okay?
Sure. Chu has an RBI, single, pair of walks. Check swing call there, makes it 2 balls and no strikes. Actually, Blummer and I, out of tribute to you and Julia and everybody in the traveling party, will not go to bed until you do it.
It's very kind of you. Very thoughtful. Very foolish.
That sounds about right. Now Lowe has fallen behind. It's 3-0. In the 10th inning, Frazier led off with a single, and then he was bunted to second, but stranded there when Lowe struck out Mesoraco and Hamilton. And there's ball 4. Chu does not have to swing the bat. He takes a 4-pitch walk. Walks are really mounting for the Astros. There were 3 Reds walks in the 9th inning, and now this leadoff walk in the 11th. Chu has 18 steals in 29 attempts.
I wonder if Brandon Phillips has learned a lesson about this. I doubt it. I wonder how many guys on the field actually understand where they must run on this play.
Now Phillips is 0 for 5 as he comes around again. And Dominguez in tight as the Astros seem to be expecting him to put down another bunt. Votto's on deck.
I'd be surprised here.
He bunts it off the mask of Pagnozzi.
Surprise is good.
Well, if he bunts over Chu, they're going to walk Votto, right?
That would certainly be the case. Of course, Jay Bruce has been red smoking hot here against the Astros, but I would think you'd have to play it that way.
So you take the bat out of Votto's hands if you do that, and that's one consideration.
I think you've got a guy with 101 RBIs. Probably, I would let him swing.
There's Bruce alongside the bench coach, Chris Spire. Phillips has grounded into 18 double plays this year. Pitch out. Nothing doing. It's 1-1.
Phillips did not show bunt on that one.
Now Chris Carter comes over and talking with Lowe about this situation. Runner at first, nobody out. They're together on what the plans are. Diamondbacks lead the Dodgers. It's 4-2 in the top of the 6th inning. Shot foul. He was swinging away, and it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count. The games generally have been low scoring this year compared to previous years, so sacrifice bunts have come into play more, and with the tremendous pitching in Major League Baseball these days, that's led to that strategy quite a bit more often than it was, let's say, 10 years ago. Broken bat pop up. Dominguez waits for it. That's 1 out. So it seems that players who can bunt and have those small ball skills are becoming even more in vogue than they were.
I think those that consider the bunt to be a poor way to play are not taking into consideration the different parts of your lineup that do lay down bunts versus those that don't, and what type of an inning it likely is when you don't bunt versus when you do. I just think it's not an even comparison they're making out there.
Votto fouls it to strike one.
One thing the Reds get out of this exchange with Phillips popping out while swinging is they get a chance to get Joey Votto swinging the bat.
Dusty Baker's club with a lot of extra inning games. This is the 20th of the year. A 10-9 record. Votto's 23-game hitting streak at Minute Maid Park on the line. It's 0-2. Votto takes a close one. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Maybe just inside with that ball running back to the plate.
Good place to throw that pitch, though.
Again, Votto has shown a great ability with pitches away.
Barnes shades him toward left center. And Crow is over where he'd be on a right-handed pull hitter. Swing and a miss and a strikeout of Votto. Number 3 for Lowe.
Jen Lowe has had his issues trying to close some games and some of the late inning experiences, but he's got a great arm. He's got an arm that can get the key strikeouts and pop-ups.
Jay Bruce has a pair of doubles tonight, 2 for 4 with an intentional walk.
Where's that miss?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe low. I'm not sure I'm completely willing to buy into that.
Sure looked like it caught the plate. Lowe is 26 years old. Last year he pitched Gulf Coast League, Lancaster, just trying to get healthy. He's had some arm problems. It's a 2-ball, no strike count. Astros fell behind 3-0 after 1.5 today. Now it's a 3-0 count to Jay Bruce. They tied it in the 6th inning, and there's been no scoring ever since. They created this 4-4 lockup. 11 men have been stranded by the Reds. 10 have been left by the Astros. It's in for a strike, and it's 3-1 to Bruce. Ludwig on deck. Reds are 38-40 on the road. Bruce takes a walk, and there are runners at first and second now with 2 outs. Bases loaded, 9th inning. Ryan Ludwig worked the count to 3-2. Here's what happened.
Pitch that gave the initial appearance to be off the outside corner. Called strike 3, and a reprieve there for the Astros. 8 Houston walks now.
It's hard to dodge that many walks in a game. Ludwig with the sac fly in the first inning made it 2-0. He's 0 for 4 with 3 punch outs. That's foul back. That's strike one. Ludwig hurt his right shoulder sliding into third base in the third inning on opening day against the Angels. That torn cartilage dislocated that shoulder. He paid for it with months of inactivity. 1 ball, 1 strike. What a way to start the season. Last year he drove in 80 runs. Big RBI year was with the Cardinals in 08. 113 runs batted in. Ryan was drafted by Texas in 99 rather in the second round. From Satellite Beach, Florida. Went to UNLV. Ground ball goes foul. Still 1-2 to Ryan Ludwig. Frazier on deck.
Matt Dominguez playing well off the line at third base. So the Astros feel that Ludwig doesn't hit many ground balls near the line on the third base side. Same would be true on the first base side as Carter's well off the line.
Ludwig reaches for it and fouls it. Jorge De Leon is getting loose. Eye of bullpen coach Dennis Martinez. Foul ball back. Well, we notice on Twitter, Ash, that Jeff Blum is not the only member of the advance traveling party to have arrived in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Jesus Ortiz is there. And his cab driver just took him to the wrong hotel. Funny how you can follow people's lives on this thing, huh?
You are good at this. I hope you're staying in touch with Jesus.
I'm just watching his tweets. Fly ball to right field. LJ Ho's in for the grab in the 11th inning. It's no runs, no hits, and 2 men left for the Reds. It's tied at 4. In this 3-game series, and the Reds going for a sweep. It's 4-4. They had a 3-0 lead, and the Astros were able to chip away. They got Barnes' home run in the 3rd inning. And then they got 3 consecutive doubles in the 6th inning. That tied it at 4. It's been 4-4 ever since then. Now, Brandon Barnes will be leading it off here in the bottom of the 11th inning. In addition to the opposite field home run in the 3rd, he was hit by a pitch. He tried to bunt in the 6th inning, but popped it up, and then he did put down a sacrifice in the 9th. And that's upstairs. Ball 1 to Brandon. Jonathan VR is on deck. Jose Altuve due to bat 3rd. Barnes had a game-winning double in the 12th inning for a walk-off win against the Rockies here. May 27th. Fouls that one. It's a 1 ball, 1 strike count. And that one nicked him up a little bit.
He's going to mess up the home run trot.
Ooh. Yeah, Rex Jones is concerned. Rex is coming out on the field to attend to him.
Looks like he caught that right knee. You start hitting your right leg as a right-hand hitter, you're probably not taking your ideal swing.
Getting close to the end of the season, but boy, you know, a lot of guys are really banged up by now.
Look, we're getting close to tomorrow's game.
Yeah. Well, the Mets lost their shortstop, Ruben Tejada. He suffered a broken right fibula in their 5-4 walk-off win against the Giants, and they missed the rest of the year. It was a freak play in the 9th inning. On a pop-up to shallow left field, he and Andrew Brown converged on it. Foul ball, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Reynolds, the starter, went 3 2/3 to move Matt Latos back for the Friday night encounter at Pittsburgh. The Reds do have an off day tomorrow. Now Mesoraco's hurting. Oh, he got it.
That one that bounces and comes up and gets you from underneath can be pretty devastating.
Well, they can commiserate. Simon is from the Dominican Republic, 32 years old. Started his career in the Phillies organization. They traded him to the Giants. He was a Rule 5 pick with Baltimore. And back to the Phillies. He's really bounced around. He was a waiver claim by the Reds last year. And the ball goes foul. Cascade Trendle. Back in 1972, Ash, Major League games featured an average of 1.45 relief appearances per team. That's a hit through the left side. Barnes takes the turn, and he'll go back to first after this 11th inning single to get it going for Houston.
I'm curious to hear what this number is for today.
Yeah. Well, this year's on pace to be quite higher, as you know.
Little cutoff swing there by Brandon Barnes. Got the hands in close to the body, so with the pitch that was directed toward inside near the hands so he could get the barrel to it. Just does a great job. Now, how frisky do you get with this running game?
Yeah, because he just fouled the ball off his leg.
VR probably the best bunter on the team. Do you employ that aspect?
Frazier's in tight on VR. VR's around a bunt. Takes the pitch for ball 1. Or make it a strike.
Late call by McClellan.
Yep. VR 0 for 4 with an intentional walk. Last year, that number from 72 more than doubled to 2.99 relief pitcher.
So right at 3 relievers a game. So
yeah.
4 pitchers in the game.
Right. Taken by VR.
Now, is that for one club?
Yeah, 1 club, 1 game on the average.
So that would say the average then would be 6 pitchers in a game. No, excuse me. Did you say 3 relievers? 2.99?
2.99.
So you're talking about 8 pitchers in a game.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Average.
That'll go a long way to the much lengthier games since 1970.
Right.
When games were roughly 2.5 hours long.
Yeah. Has a lot to do with it. VR puts it down. Simon will field it. Go to Phillips covering, and it's a sacrifice. Getting Barnes to second, 1 out.
Nice job by VR. Doesn't try to do too much in terms of direction. Just enables himself to lay it down because he is a good bunter. He can soften it toward the hill. And most pitchers are the guys you want to go to anyway.
True. 7th sacrifice bunt for Jonathan VR. Now first base open. Jose Altuve this time will get a pass. And that'll bring up Trevor Crow with runners at first and second and one out. Altuve has 2 hits tonight. And they pitched to him with the lefty Duke in the 9th inning. With 2 men on, and he fouled out on that tremendous sliding catch by Jay Bruce. Now this time Altuve will not be able to swing the bat.
That was a very curious inning for me with Duke on, and he just hasn't had a real good year.
Now this is set up a force on the infield. Runners at first and second, one out. And Crow the batter. Crow is 0 for 4 with a walk. And again he gets a shot. And a walk off. In the 9th inning though he walked to load the bases. And then Krause at the looping liner to shortstop. Crow came into this game hitting .231 as a left-handed batter for 104 at-bats. Krause on deck. Line drive left field. Barnes is being stopped by Dave Tremblay. And now here's Altuve. He's hung up between second and third. And they throw to Brandon Phillips. And Altuve is going to be tagged out.
This is absolutely unbelievable. When you consider that Altuve meant absolutely nothing on this play, this is off the charts.
Well, that's out number 2.
Off the charts. In terms of mistakes you can make, you can only win by a run in that scenario unless a home run is hit and Barnes is held. But there goes Altuve. And you have to ask, what is being thought?
Play went from 7-2 to 4. 2 outs. It's Mark Krause batting now. Krause 0 for 4 with a walk. And he came up with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th. Hit that looping line drive to shortstop. Now Crow is not being held on by Votto. Matt Dominguez on deck. Crow takes off and reaches second without a play. And it's strike 1. It could have been bases loaded there. Altuve was out for out number 2. So it could have been just a sacrifice fly type situation or ground ball. A number of opportunities to score with a runner at third and 1 out. This change to a runner at third and 2 outs, a major change in the inning.
I just can't even imagine what went through the mind of Jose Altuve right there.
That's a very costly play. Reds have stranded 13. The Astros have left 10. Now back 1-2.
Well, you have to lock Trevor Crow. Another very good at bat in a game-winning kind of a scenario. Did all he could do.
It left the bat. It appeared that Barnes might be set, but Chu has a terrific arm in left field, and the left fielder does play closer to home plate in this ballpark than in other parks.
Yeah, the Reds are blessed with corner outfielders that both throw well.
Foul back, still a 1-ball, 2-strike count to Mark Krause.
Earlier in the game, I was checking out the arm of Billy Hamilton in center. And he appears to have a good strong hose and gets the ball down to the cutoff man. Skip's shaking his head, and he has a right to.
Yeah. And just hoping that he doesn't have to think about what might have been. Hoping that Krause can come through here and end it for him.
There are times, most of the time, where you try not to show any emotion on a negative side in front of the guys. But you have to ask yourself sometimes, what in the world is going on?
Around the shoulder of Krause for ball 2. 33 pitches so far for Simon. Krause, 25 years old, from Deshler, Ohio, and Ohio University. I know he'd love to beat this Ohio team with a hit right here. Mark was drafted in the second round by Arizona in 2009 and traded in the Chris Johnson deal to the Astros last July. And Simon steps back and has a chat with Mesoraco.
Outside of Carlton Fisk games back in those days, how many meetings were there between catcher and pitcher?
Good question.
Because I'm going to guess those meetings have gone sky high here in recent years.
Yeah. And a foul tip strikeout ends the 11th inning with no runs, 2 hits, and it's still tied at 4. In Houston, Texas, and the Astros had a base running mistake there. Jose Altuve. Brandon Barnes had been stopped at third. Altuve, as you can see there, took off from first, and Shin-Soo Choo with a throw to the plate. And then Altuve is caught between second and third, and the run down gets the ball to Phillips, and he tags him out. The Astros lost a base runner. They lost a bases loaded 1-out opportunity, and then they couldn't convert with a 2-out hit. Trevor Crowe had come through with a nice single, but Krause struck out for the final out. So now the game moves on to the 12th inning, and it's Jorge De Leon coming in for the Astros. 26-year-old right-hander without any decisions. His ERA is 4.76.
That .360 batting average against probably tells a lot in a very brief story to this point, 5 2/3 innings.
Todd Frazier gets it going in the 12th. And this one goes to left field. 1 pitch, 1 out. Crowe taking care of it. Chai-Jen Low in 2 innings allowed 1 hit, no runs. He walked 2 and fanned 3. The Astros have thrown 187 pitches in this game. The Reds have thrown 191 so far. Cozart is 1 for 4. He has a sac bunt. That was in the 10th inning. Bouncer third, Dominguez. And a low throw, scooped by Carter. 2 down. 2 pitches, 2 outs.
That's the way you do it. Throw almost gets away from Matty D.
Now a pinch hitter for Mesoraco. Xavier Paul from Slidell, Louisiana. Left-handed hitting outfielder will come up. Hamilton on deck. Mesoraco was 0 for 5.
I believe this is the first extra position player to be used by Dusty Baker tonight.
Let's see. Yeah, sure is. He has a wealth of talent available on his bench still here in the 12th inning. Paul at 244 with 7 homers, just driven in 32. And Paul was in the lineup last night as the DH, and he was on base 4 times, a single, a double. He was hit by a pitch, and he walked. Fly ball to right. Jay Ho's in. It's a 3-pitch inning for De Leon. And we go to the bottom of the 12th inning with the game tied at 4. Not been any scoring since the Astros got 2 in the 6th. Ryan Hannigan takes over for Devin Mesoranco behind the plate. Hannigan, a good defensive player, strong arm. Moves in to do the catching after Mesoranco caught the first 11. And it is still Alfredo Simon on the mound. He's worked 2 innings so far, giving up 2 hits, no runs, with a couple of walks, one of those intentional, and a strikeout. The Astros lead off with Matt Dominguez here in the home 12th inning. Matt has a double, a single, and a walk tonight. 2 for 4 evening for Matt. 10 hits for the Astros, 8 for the Reds. Houston has the only error. And then strike one.
Talk a lot about Matt Dominguez getting big swings when he's got a chance to win a ball game, tie a ball game, whatever the case may be. Might have come out of his shoes a bit too much with this one.
Well, this is a pretty good time of night to come out of one's shoes.
Generally speaking, that would be true.
You don't suppose Jeff Blum has come out of his shoes tonight, do you?
Oh, I think long ago.
No balls, 2 strikes.
He is not a foolish man.
Carter is on deck, and Ho's due up 3rd in the inning. One and 2. Think they're making shoes more comfortable these days, Ash?
When you take them off, they're a lot more comfortable.
They're really comfortable then.
How are you at sleeping on planes?
Why are you asking me that question? You're the one who has to sleep on a plane.
Because that's my internal personal question that's being asked, and I just wanted to see if you had any tips.
Not any good, pal.
Well, something about metal seat buckles that kind of mess up my program.
I have a surefire solution for you.
Yeah?
On sleeping on planes. Put in a tape of yourself doing a game. Bouncer to Cozart. It works for all of us.
Was that specifically directed, or was that universal?
Just universal for all broadcasters. Yeah. Not for you only. It always works.
I don't think I want that much pain.
Here's Carter, the batter. Carter has a double and a pair of walks tonight.
Oh my goodness.
And take your shoes off.
Keep in mind it's a 1:45 in Cleveland right now.
Carter fouls it back, strike one. And do not watch that DVD of that movie, Snakes on a Plane, before you go to sleep tonight. That one got some awards, didn't it?
Oh, I hope not. I couldn't even watch the trailer on that, Brownie.
1 ball and 1 strike.
Speaking of movies, it might be time to go see what's available, because I have a feeling sleep is going to be hard to come by.
Oh, yeah. You know. What's the most innings you ever caught in a major league game?
Oh, gosh.
In one day.
Caught double headers, so I know it was over 18.
Votto sprints over by the Astros dugout. Oh, can't get there. Fans got that one on the carom. 1-2. Innings behind the plate.
Think any of these players have considered the fact that it's getaway day?
No. They'll get there when they get there. Well, the Reds have a day off, so it's no big deal to them.
No, that's true.
They do have to go to Pittsburgh, though.
It's nothing like playing with your day off.
Yeah. Now, they're violating a good portion of their day off.
That's a well-chosen word right there, by the way.
With all these swollen rosters in September, we could be here for a long time, Ash. Plenty of fresh players who have been unused. Line drive hit to right field. Carter's aboard with hit number 2 of the night, and it's the 4th time he's reached base in this game.
There's that Chris Carter right field stroke.
Yes, sir.
Pretty.
Hit number 11.
Outside edge and doing your best thing with it.
L.J. Hose is the batter. Came off the bench, pinch hitting for Brett Wallace, and delivered a run-producing double to right field in the 6th inning. He's 1 for 3. Matt Pagnazzi's on deck. A ground ball hit to the right side, and Carter will get to second base. Well, back-to-back singles here, and Pagnazzi will bat. There aren't any other catchers available.
When are other ball clubs going to figure out that L.J. Hose hits the ball to right field? Look at that gap on the right side. Second baseman swung toward the back. Of course, you're playing a bit for the double play.
Yeah.
But you've got to pitch him in.
He hits the ball there all the time and hard. A first and second one out now, and Pagnazzi. The Astros down to their last catcher in the game. They've used 3. And Jason Castro's on the disabled list. And now Brian Price will go out to the mound. Brandon Barnes is on deck. Jake Elmore is an emergency catcher. There's Elmore. Nick Christiani is warming up in the Reds bullpen.
Well, this game means a lot to the Cincinnati Reds, no doubt about it.
They're fighting hard for it, so are the Astros. Max Stassi is in Florida right now, and Bo Porter may get him back and be able to use him as a catcher when the Astros arrive in Arlington, Texas for the Monday game. That's the plan, hopefully. Bo would like to see Max catch a little bit before the end of the year. So it's Pagnazzi batting. Pagnazzi is 2 for 18, a 111 batting average, no runs batted in. Barnes on deck, and Pagnazzi started 5 games. He was acquired from the Atlanta Braves in a deal. He was actually headed home to Arizona after the Braves AAA Gwinnett Club had concluded its season when he found out about the deal. That's ball 1. Simon's up to 46 pitches now. 26 have been strikes. Upstairs. And may show signs of tiring here with pitches like that. It's 2-0. Pagnazzi went 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter last night, striking out looking in the 9th inning against the lefty Sean Marshall. He's been in the majors with St. Louis in 09 and 2010, with Colorado, Pittsburgh, and then Houston, of course, this year. 270 career average in 40 major league games for Matt Pagnazzi. Hit 210 at AAA. And that one will go foul.
Matt got the head out right there.
Sure did.
He was taking a shot. That's the way you do it. Just a little too quick.
That could have been a game-winning swing. Cody Clark was 0 for 25 before he got his first major league hit. Pagnazzi fouls that one, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
This is the second time tonight that Chris Carter's been faced with this scenario. On second base, and in the event of a base hit, he's got to score.
Now, you know Dave Trembley's going to send him. Grounded foul over the Reds dugout into the seats. We're at 11:54 p.m. Central Time. This game started at 7:10.
I hope that wasn't a dig.
No. And you got here early today, too. Pagazzi's down on strike.
Now that was a dig.
2 outs.
Matt Pagnozzi was just trying to be aggressive that entire at bat. And it's just amazing how sometimes you just get nailed by whatever it is your choice happens to be. You try to be aggressive and a pitch is tough out of the strike zone and you can't help but keep the bat going.
Now Brandon Barnes has a homer and a single to go with a sac bunt. He's been hit by a pitch. And trying to get another game winner. Carter has a pretty good sized lead. Strike one. Phil Boudreau says Hal King caught all 24 innings in a game against the Mets 1968 for the Astros, and John Bateman pinch hit for him in the 24th.
That is when men were men.
Carter got on with a 1-out single. He was advanced on a hose hit. Fly ball near the right field line. Jay Bruce coming over for it. And in foul ground, he has it to end the 12th inning. With no runs, 2 hits, 2 men stranded, it remains tied at 4. 3-0 after 1.5. We'll give you a little look at some of the plays in this game tonight.
That was a big third strike on Ludwig as Fields got the outside corner and maybe then some a little bit. Then there was Krause at the plate, line drive with 2 outs right at the shortstop, bases loaded at the time. This, a base hit by Trevor Crowe, a would-be game winner, but because it's hit so sharply, runner held at third, and then Altuve keeps on coming. For what reason? There is no logic, and that cost the Astros an inning.
13 pitchers, 27 left on base, 408 pitches thrown. And it's Billy Hamilton looking at ball 1. Leading off the 13th inning, he's had a big night of it. 3 hits, an RBI, a run scored, 3 steals, and a walk. But he struck out for the final out in the top of the 10th inning with a man at second base. Dominguez in tight at third. And this one hit something. The umpire's mask or the catcher's mask looked like Tim McClellan's mask, the way Carlos Corcoran's looking back at the umpire. That was ball 2. So wow, that was not a foul ball.
Yeah, you can hear that mask sound. A lot of times I feel like it's that hockey mask that makes that real strange sound.
He took that pitch directly. The mask.
I'd like to see it again.
Right, and it's 2-1. 13th inning, and that happens. That'll test any umpire's patience. In tight to Hamilton. 3 balls and a strike to Billy Hamilton. Just about midnight Central Time.
Where is your glass slipper?
Hamilton showing bunt, and he looks at a strike. It's 3-2. Hamilton takes the leadoff walk. He will be running.
Yeah, it's not if, but when.
3 stolen bases tonight in 3 attempts. He's 8 for 8 in his major league career. But Carlos Corcoran almost got him in the 9th inning.
Had a shot, didn't he?
Yep. Very close play at second. Chu is the batter. Chu had an RBI single in the 2nd. He's walked 3 times.
I wouldn't put a bunt on if I'm Dusty Baker. I'd try to find a spot where Hamilton can steal the bag and let Chu and company swing the bats.
The Reds as a team came into this game with 54 stolen bases. He takes off. Here's a pitch out. Pagnozzi with a throw. Safe.
You can't do more than this. Pitch out. Pagnozzi cheated up in front of the plate. And maybe just the slightest of glitches between glove and throwing hand. But this guy right here can really move. Look at this. This is cheating coming on up in front. And a good throw from Pagnozzi. Can't do it much better than that.
And now a 1-0 count on Chu. Corner infielders pinching in. Possibility of a bunt to get him to third. Not running. Chu takes a look at it. 2-0. Hamilton will give them that element of speed. A team with 54 stolen bases can really rely on him in clutch situations. Now 3-0 to Chu. De Leon signed with the Astros in 06 as an infielder from the Dominican Republic. Last year he pitched at Class A Lancaster. That's a walk to Chu. His 4th of the night. Now 2 men on for Brandon Phillips.
Pretty remarkable that you're still battling in a tie ball game and your pitching staff has walked 10.
The Reds have left 13. The Astros have stranded 14. Phillips is 0 for 6. Chu's walked 8 times in the series.
That'll beef up an on-base percentage.
And Phillips, when he was bunting in the 9th inning with runners at first and second and nobody out, was hit by the throw to first base from Carlos Corcoran, the catcher. And he was running on the inside of the baseline, so he was called out for interfering with that throw, and the runners returned to their bases. And then, with the bases loaded, Ludwig took strike 3 on a 3-2 pitch. Now Bull Porter out to talk over this situation.
I would think this is defensive conversation here in the event that Phillips is bunting. Let's see if we can get that lead out at third base. Find a way. There are plays designed specifically for that. I have not seen the Astros all year long, to my recollection, use a wheel play defensively where the shortstop breaks to third base and the third baseman charges and they try to get that out at third. But again, there are plays designed to try to prevent that runner from getting to third.
Carter moving in on the grass. Dominguez is on the grass. Angled toward the pitcher. Phillips 0 for 6. Showing bunt, but taking, and it's a strike.
Well, there's a wide open left side as Matt Dominguez has to hug near the bag at third and draw in, and VR is playing back in behind the runner at second. That leaves Brandon Phillips pretty golden opportunity to put one on the ground through the left side.
Phillips has 4 sacrifice bunts this year. This one gets by Pagnozzi, and the runners move up, and Hamilton's going to ground third and then hold there. The runners moving up on a ball that Pagnozzi could not handle. Hamilton to third, Chu to second.
No, that takes the bunt away. That's a pitch that probably didn't even hit dirt. Pagnozzi gets crossed up a little bit with it. Look at this guy run.
So now the infield comes in with runners at second and third, nobody out, and a 1-1 count. First player of the live ball era with 4 steals in his first career start, Billy Hamilton. Bouncer third. Dominguez checks the runner, guns him out. That's 1 out. There's a sliding Billy Hamilton back in the 1890s.
Boy, if there's any player in the game that you really have to think that one over if you're Matt Dominguez, that runner at third base, Billy Hamilton.
Yeah, he must be checked.
And that's why I'm sure that Matty D put some heat on that throw to first.
Now Votto's going to be walked intentionally. This will be the 3rd walk for Votto in this game, and walk number 10 for Astros pitching. That'll bring up Jay Bruce with the bases loaded and 1 out. Bruce, who's had such a marvelous series, has gone to 100 runs batted in for the season. Will have a chance to do more damage. The Reds left the bases loaded in the 9th inning, and there were 3 walks to load the bases. They left 2 men on, both of whom had been walked in the 11th. Now 3 walks in this inning, and last night Jay Bruce came up with the bases loaded and hit his 2nd career grand slam.
Just lifts one to left field, finds the Crawford boxes. That had to feel like an easy way to get one, and now he gets presented that opportunity again.
Bruce has 8 runs batted in this 3-game series. 2 doubles tonight and 2 walks for Jay Bruce. Bruce takes a look at it, and it's ball 1. Ludwig on deck. Bruce came into this game hitting .247 with men in scoring position, and .333 with the bases loaded. 7 for 21. Takes a look at that one, and it's ball 2. De Leon came up in August. His first major league outing was August 9th here against the Texas Rangers. He has pitched scoreless baseball in his last 4 outings. Bruce hits one deep to center field. Barnes way back. That one is off the wall. Hamilton scores. Chu is coming to the plate. The throw not in time, and the Reds go up 6-4. A 2-run double for Bruce.
Well, there's a guy that's not scared. Nice big swing, driving the baseball. That's what run producers do. They relish the opportunity to drive in runs. Very close to being a 2nd grand slam in back-to-back games.
What a series for Jay Bruce. 10 runs batted in the series. And 3 doubles tonight. That gives him 41 2-base hits for the year. Infield staying in, and Ryan Ludwig is the batter. Ludwig has a sac fly tonight, and it's ball 1. Votto's at third. Ludwig 0 for 5 in this game. That was hit number 9 for the Reds. That's in for a strike. 1-1 to Ludwig. Astros are trying to avoid being swept for the 14th time in a series. Fouled away. In this series, Jay Bruce is 7 for 14, 10 runs batted in. Upstairs for ball 2-2. This game has hit the 5-hour mark now. Little did Don Sanders realize what he was starting when he threw out the ceremonial first pitch.
You're going to have to keep Don away from that first pitch.
Altuve catches the liner. On the scurry back to their bases, 2 outs. Take you back to 5 hours ago, and Don Sanders threw out that first pitch. Fresh as a daisy. To Craig Biggio.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
You think Don's still with us now? His eyes open. Strike one to Frazier.
I can only hope so.
Frazier singled in the 10th inning. Todd 1 for 6. Cozart's on deck. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. This game's certainly worth fighting for both of these clubs. And the Reds in their situation trying to nab every win they can get. Aroldis Chapman now, their closer, is warming up. It's a liner and they'll go foul and into the seats. Especially with the Reds, and they've been moving up a little bit closer in the NL Central. St. Louis won 4-3 at Colorado, so they can't gain any ground on the front runners. But they can stay 2.5 behind them. And with Pittsburgh losing again to San Diego for the 3rd straight game, they can be just a half game behind the Buccos. And that sets it up for the weekend meeting in Pittsburgh. Frazier's down on strikes, and in the inning, it's 2-run scoring for the Cincinnati Reds. Only 1 hit. They lead it now 6-4. On his closer, the All-Star, the 25-year-old Cuban missile, lefty Aroldis Chapman. And Reds signed him in early stages of the 2010 calendar year. He's gone 4-5 this year with a 2.56 ERA for them in 64 games. 36 saves for him in 41 opportunities, Ash.
Doesn't look like many hitters have had much fun against him. Righties, lefties. Look at that mark against lefties. 137. 7 home runs allowed. Maybe a bit surprising in the nearly 60 innings of work. But only 36 hits allowed. This guy, maybe the best arm in baseball.
He'll face the Astros here in the bottom of the 13th inning with a 2-run lead, provided by Jay Bruce's 2-run double. As the Reds go for a sweep of this series, and they try to go 21 games above 500 for the first time this year. As for the Astros, they have Jonathan Villar headed for the batter's box. Villar is 0 for 4 tonight. He was walked intentionally in the 9th inning, put down a sacrifice bunt in the 11th. Alfredo Simon now can be the winning pitcher. The Reds taking the lead. Corner infielders have moved in tight. Joey Votto at first on the grass. Todd Frazier at third comes in on the grass. Chapman delivers, and it's ball 1. Simon in 3 innings allowed 4 hits and no runs. He had 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. It's fouled away. Chapman is pitcher number 8 tonight for Dusty Baker. Simon threw 53 pitches, 32 for strikes. VR looks that one over and takes it. 1-2. Chapman last year had 5 saves against the Astros alone in 6 tries. Foul back. Well, 1 ball, 2 strike count. Second straight year he's been an all-star. He's on a roll of 9 consecutive scoreless appearances, covering 10 1/3 innings. 38 saves last year in 43 opportunities. One of the blown saves came on a Matt Dominguez homer. Now it's 2-2 for Chapman.
There's your 100 miles an hour.
Boy.
Be fun watching him and Billy Wagner in a duel off late in the game.
Oh, wouldn't it? Chapman first came to the big leagues in 2010 for the Reds. Upstairs with that one, and it's 3-2. Altuve is on deck. Crow due up third in the inning. Astros have out hit the Reds 12-9. VR takes a leadoff walk. Plenty of those tonight. Walk number 8 for Reds pitching. The Astros have walked 11.
19 walks in 1 ball game. That's tidy.
Altuve has a double and a single in this game. Strike 1 to him. Trevor Crow is on deck. And that's flared foul.
Is Altuve questioning the strike call, or how did somebody throw a baseball that hard?
Yeah. Hamilton way over in right center field. That one got by the catcher, caromed out toward Joey Votto, and VR round second, gets back on a wild pitch by Chapman.
It's a challenge as a catcher when a guy's a little bit wild. It feels like a lot wild when he throws this hard. That's it's really a pass ball. I mean, that was a catchable pitch, but just a tough chore.
Few diehards remaining. Saying let's go Astros here as the game has passed the 5-hour mark. And they've batted in the 13th inning, trailing 6-4. Broken bat to third. Frazier looks at the runner VR, throws to first, and VR will get to third. It's out number 1.
All you can say to Jonathan VR is, you better be safe.
Yep.
Because he means nothing.
Dave Tremblay talking with VR. Trevor Crow's the batter. Crow singled in the 11th inning. And at that point, Brandon Barnes rounded third. He was stopped by Dave Tremblay at third base, but Jose Altuve ran right behind him between second and third and was caught in a rundown. And that prevented a bases loaded 1 out at bat then for the next batter, Krause. Krause wound up striking out for the final out. There's strike 1. Crow nearly able to win it there in the 11th, but on the ball hit to Shin-Soo Choo in left, Choo made a strong throw to the plate and Barnes was stopped at third. Bouncer third. Villar's coming home as Frazier throws to first. And it's 6-5 now. It's out number 2. Crow picking up the RBI, is 13. And Brandon Laird will be the pinch hitter. Pinch hitting for Mark Krause. Krause was 0 for 5 with a walk, scored a run. Brandon Laird, whose brother Gerald is a major league catcher, has been most of the season at AAA Oklahoma City. He's at Houston for 48 at bats this year, 188 average, 3 homers, 8 runs batted in. As a pinch hitter, he's 0 for 6. That's ball 1 to him. Chapman's hard to catch, hard to hold.
Yeah, Hannigan is having a bit of a struggle here in the inning. There's a little schoolroom lesson going on. I wonder what Jonathan Villar is specifically being told right there. Yes, he wound up scoring a run, but you have to understand that there's no reason for the holding and sprinting to each base right there, because you don't represent the tying run. Now, there was almost no chance the Reds were going to throw to the plate to get him, but you just don't risk things.
That was the bench coach, Eduardo Perez. 3-0 to Laird. He was the August Player of the Month for Oklahoma City, driving in 24. It's ball 4. Second walk of the inning for Chapman. Last September 7th, it was Matt Dominguez versus Aroldis Chapman. It was a game-winning 3-run homer. A blown save and a loss for Chapman. Now we get a pinch runner at first base for Laird. Marwin Gonzalez is the pinch runner. Brian Price worked with his catcher Hannigan. And Gonzalez is a pinch runner. Bull Porter doing everything he can do to try to maximize this situation, and now it's going to be up to Dominguez, who has a double and a single to go with a walk tonight.
Yeah, this is where Matty D has been very comfortable, seeming anyway, over the course of much of this season. He is the guy.
This Carter's on deck. That's strike 1. Dominguez with a shot into left field. Keeps it going. Marwin Gonzalez gets to second base on the sharp single by Matt Dominguez.
That could so easily have been a game-winning home run, and you could see Matt Dominguez slam his hands together, and I really think that he was saying to himself, oh, if you had just gotten under this a little bit, that is just crushing the baseball. He gets his best swings in big scenarios.
13 hits for the Astros now, and it's Chris Carter batting. Carter 2 for 4 in this game with a couple of walks. LJ Ho's on deck with 2 outs and 2 on. And there's strike 1 for Chapman.
101.
The Astros are 3 for 20 with runners in scoring position. 4 balls, 2 strikes. Porter's club has never led in this game. Trailed 3-0 after 1.5. Tied it with 2 in the 6th inning. And Carter strikes out, and the Reds have swept the Astros. Their record goes to 87-66. They stay right in the thick of things. 102 miles per hour on the game-ending pitch for Aroldis Chapman for save number 37. Simon will get the win, and Jay Bruce, coming back close to his Beaumont, Texas home, has had a major 3-game series. Dusty Baker's club winning it 6-5 in 13 tonight.